Chapter 194. Summer walked to the left, and the huge body walked to the left. Summer walked to the right, and the huge body walked to the right. Summer walked to the left again, and the huge body moved over again. Anyone could see that someone was deliberately looking for trouble. Summer raised her head angrily and said, "Lonshan Valley, do you think this is interesting?" "Interesting," the tall man said. "Get out of the way." "No way. Lonshan Valley, I have something very important to do. Don't get in my way. For me, what I'm doing now is the most important thing." Lonshan Valley. Summer suppressed her anger and scolded. A faint red flush appeared on her tender white neck, and her bright eyes were filled with helpless anger. She was wearing a black silk evening gown, and the smooth and moist satin outlined her enchanting and sexy figure. She was covered with a small white shawl, which covered her beautiful collarbone and snow-white breasts that her slender suspenders could not cover. It was faintly discernible, attracting people's wild thoughts. Whether it was the Heavenly King's superstar or the girl next door, every woman was a seductive demon. They may not know Chinese, mathematics, Murphy's Law, or this year's newly elected Mr. Football. However, they must know how to present their bodies and show their most attractive side in front of men. The simple bright silver high heels wrapped around her white and flawless feet, and her toes were dyed a deep and mysterious black. Noble, gorgeous. There was also a kind of mellow beauty that was extremely rare on a star. "Miss Summer, are you calling my name?" Lonshan Valley crossed his arms and asked with a smile. "I say, isn't it inappropriate to pursue a girl like this?" Fong Yen stood behind Xia Ji and looked at the man who was like a small mountain in front of them. He said, "Although I don't have much experience in this area, I think as long as you buy her a villa, a sports car, a diamond jewelry, beautiful clothes and a designer bag. As long as you are willing to do so, I think the girl will be willing to go with you or don't mind you standing in front of her." Xia Ji turned around and saw Fong Yen. She cried out in surprise, "Fong Yen, it's you. Why are you here?" Fong Yen forced a smile and said, "If I knew you were here, I definitely wouldn't be here today." Xia Tianran smiled sweetly and said, "It's really sad to hear you say that. Are you that unwilling to see me?" "I just think it's too troublesome to interact with beautiful women," Fong Yen said. "If you were my girlfriend, it would be natural for me to help you solve your problems. You can't be my girlfriend, right? Why should I waste my time and energy getting involved in unnecessary trouble? When you hold the hand of a tall, rich, and handsome man and marry into a rich family, people who don't know will point at the back of your head and say, 'Look, that poor spare tire. It's not worth it.'" Xia Ji smiled even more happily, feeling that the man in front of him was too interesting. She had a deep impression of him the last time they met, and this time she was even more attracted by his frank and direct way of speaking. She teased, "Then shall we date? I don't want you to buy me a villa, a sports car, a diamond jewel, and designer clothes. I can buy you a villa, a sports car, a diamond jewel, and designer clothes." Fong Yen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You'd better go and harm others. I don't think I'm worthy of you. Fong Yen, you're really annoying." Xia Ji laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. "This is the first time I've confessed to a man. And I was rejected. You're a big star, and you're so beautiful. I'm definitely not at ease if you run around all day long. If you do a kissing scene with someone or something like that, then wouldn't I collapse?" Fong Yen said seriously, "My little heart can't stand this stimulation. We're really not suitable for each other." Okay. Then I won't force you to date me," Xia Ji magnanimously said. "It's always okay to be friends, right? Aren't we already friends?" Fong Yen said. "But friends are also divided into levels. You can only be my ordinary friend now. Xiaozhi felt that she really had no status in front of Fang Yan. He was a big star, why didn't he care about it at all? Lan Shanggu looked at Fang Yan, who was laughing and chatting and completely ignoring his existence, and said, "It looks like I'm redundant standing here." Xiaozhi waved his hand and said, "You leave first." Fang Yan glanced at Lan Shanggu and said, "You go buy a house and a car first. Be patient, good food is not afraid of late." Lan Shanggu sneered and said, "What? You're going to send me away just like that? Even if you want to put on a show of a hero saving a beauty, you have to first get rid of me, this eyesore of a villain." "All right. Lan Shanggu, stop messing around," Xiaozhi said helplessly. She pointed to the Lan Valley and said, "This is where I came from. We grew up in a courtyard. He often bullied me." Lan Shanggu laughed out loud. His rough face actually revealed a child's innocent smile. He said proudly, "Little Tian Tian, we meet again. We meet again." "So what?" Xiaozhi said with dissatisfaction. "You came to Flower City, but you didn't even greet me. Is that right? If Uncle and Auntie knew that I didn't even treat you to a meal when you came to Flower City, wouldn't they call me and scold me? You deserve it," Xiaozhi said without the slightest bit of sympathy. Xia then pointed at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, the school's language teacher." "Fang Yan, teacher." Lan Shanggu's eyes instantly turned sharp as he said, "Rosefinch Secondary's teacher Fang Yan. You know me?" Fang Yan asked. Lan Shanggu smiled and said, "There aren't many people in Flower City who don't know you now, right?" Seeing the vigilance in Fang Yan's eyes, Lan Shanggu laughed even more boldly and said, "You don't have to stare at me like that. I didn't investigate you. What happened between you and Lu Chaoga, as well as the Jiang and Lu families, has already spread throughout Flower City. The Jiang and Lu families were set up by you guys, and now they are busy killing each other. You and Lu Chaoga took a large sum of money and the real Rubik's Cube technology and ran off to set up a new company. How could we not have any news of such a big commotion this time? To be honest, I really admire you. You have to know, not everyone can take advantage of the business world's butcher and that old fox Qiang Long Tan. This move of yours is not as simple as taking advantage of others. You guys actually know each other." Xiaozhi's eyes widened. Then, she turned to look at Fang Yan and said, "Aren't you a teacher at school? It looks like you're very famous." Fang Yan stared sharply at the mountain valley and said, "He knows me. I'm not very familiar with him. My nickname is Small, I really don't need you to worry about me." Lan Shanggu chuckled and said, "Besides, I'm also afraid of being remembered by you. Look at my appearance, it's obvious that I'm a simple character with well-developed limbs. If you set me up, who am I going to reason with?" Xiaozhi looked at Fang Yan and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's Lan Shanggu. You might not be familiar with this name, but among the 4 prodigies of watching, which one of them is simple? He's one of the 4 prodigies of watching. He seems to be quite famous in watching." Don't. Lan Shanggu waved his hand and said, "I say, Xiaozhi, don't put me together with those guys. I can't afford to lose that person. You don't know, do you? The person standing in front of you right now is much more famous than the 4 young masters of watching. At the very least, he has already lost 2 young masters in his hands. Do you know what nickname he has?" "What nickname?" "Flower Breaker Young Master," Lan Shanggu said. "Aren't we some 4 prodigies? He broke the flowers one by one. Didn't he become the Flower Breaker Young Master? What happened?" Xiaozhi looked at Lan Shanggu in confusion. Although she had a deep background, an extraordinary background, most of her thoughts were on singing and acting. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to take a nap. How could she have the time and energy to pay attention to the movements of these young masters in watching? Lan Shanggu smiled but didn't answer. He said, "If you're interested, you can listen to Mr. Fong's story. He's the person involved and also the teacher. He'll definitely be more hot-blooded than me." Xia Zhi looked at Fong Yan. Fong Yan smiled helplessly and said, "Actually, there's nothing much to say. It's the story of an ordinary citizen resisting the demolition bully. You must be tired of reading this kind of news in the newspapers." Lan Shanggu gave a thumbs up to Fong Yan and said, "Now that you mention it, it really is the case. If Jiang Zhulu and Lu Shu, these two arrogant guys, knew that you described them as evil tyrants, I'm afraid they would spit out a few more liters of blood." Fong Yan glanced at Xia Kiki and said, "Since you're friends, then I misunderstood. I still have friends here, so I won't disturb you." With that, Fong Yan turned around to leave. "Teacher Fong Yan. Wait a minute." Xia Zhi anxiously shouted. "What's the matter?" Fong Yan stopped and asked. Xia looked at Lan Valley and said, "You have friends here too, right?" "Yes." Lan Shanggu nodded. "When have I, Langa Valley, ever paid for my meals outside?" "Then go and accompany your friends," Xia said. "Don't let others wait too long. It's impolite." She turned around and pulled Fong Yan, saying, "Fong Yan, you appeared at the right time. Come, do me a favor." "What?" Fong Yan asked. "Fight against counterfeits." Xia Kiki smiled slyly and said, "Fight against counterfeits." Lan Shanggu looked at the backs of the two of them as they left, a gloomy expression appearing on his face. Very quickly, he returned to his harmless big guy appearance and shouted, "Hey, you two are going to send me away just like that?" Chapter 195. Fong Yan was good at beating people up and being beaten up, but this was the first time he had done something like this. He was dragged into the private room by Xia Zhi. Along the way, all the waiters who saw them bowed to greet them. Surprisingly, no one took out their phone to take a picture or pounced on him to ask for an autograph. If Xu Jian saw this, he would probably praise number one in the air for being worth the money. The waiter helped to push open the thick door of the private room, and a man's loud voice floated out. "The Qin family's fists, the Tan family's legs, and the other kung fu all rely on the mouth." "Why do you say that?" "Because most of the other kung fu is packaged by bragging and has no practical value. Look at the martial arts masters of our Huaxia country, each one is more powerful than the other, and each one is more famous than the other. But what is the actual situation? As soon as we fight with foreigners, we get beaten up like a fried bean curd. Especially the few times we fought with the Thai boxers, we actually didn't win even once. We were beaten so badly by them that we felt ashamed to say it out loud." Although Huaxia martial arts as a whole gives people the feeling that the sun is setting in the west, there is also a group of hot-blooded people who are working hard to correct its name. Do you know which master my master learned martial arts from? State Preceptor Li Zonghao. Who is Li Zonghao? What kind of people are his disciples? That's the Imperial Guards, the elites of the elites who serve the country's leader, and also the Dragon Protection Branch. That Qin Jingfeng from the Qin family and Tan Qinglin from the Tan family aren't even worthy of carrying shoes for State Preceptor Li. The man's voice stopped abruptly because he saw Xia and Fong Yan walking into the private room. Feng Yuanqing saw Xia and quickly got up to greet him. Xia. Why are you here? Xia was referring to Xia, and the sentence, "Why are you here?" was obviously directed at Fong Yan. He didn't expect that Xia would bring his old enemy Fong Yan along. Last time at the hotel on Shisha Mountain, he was forced to apologize by Fong Yan's students. This made him lose all face, and he felt deeply ashamed. This time, when they met again, he naturally wouldn't give Fong Yan any face to see. Long distance, when I came in, I met Fong Yan, so I asked him to come in with me. Xia Xia explained with a gentle smile. Although his attitude was amiable, his tone was unquestionable. Since I've already brought him in, I won't let him out so easily. You called me to introduce a Guoshu expert to me. Are you referring to these two here? Feng Yuanqing glared fiercely at Fong Yan, and when he looked at Xia Xia, his smile had already become gentle and affectionate. He pointed to the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa and said, "This is Tai Chi Master Lu Shuiru, the head of the Qingyang Martial Arts School in Yanjing and the vice president of the Yanjing Martial Arts Association." Last month, Huaxia television station did a documentary called Tai Chi World, which told the story of Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu has students all over the world and is one of the top experts in the country. Lu Shuiru had a thin, long beard, a dignified appearance, and bright eyes. He was dressed in a black tang suit, which made him look extraordinary. In his hand, he was holding 19 pieces of gold-threaded Nanmu prayer beads. He was slowly spinning them in his palm, carefully playing with them. When everyone looked at him, he did not get up. He only smiled faintly at Xia Xia. He had the demeanor of a man who was far away from the world. Feng Yuanqing pointed to the eloquent young man and said, "This is Master Lu's disciple, Wang Hongying. He won the 3rd place in the national Tai Chi competition with serious injuries. He is amazing." Wang Hongying was short and thin, with triangular eyes and few eyebrows. He looked like a yellow-skinned monkey. He was wearing a white tang suit, but he deliberately pretended to be an elegant gentleman, which seemed a little out of place. When Wang Hongying saw the big star Xia Xia, he quickly walked up and stretched out his hands to shake hands with Xia Xia. He said with a smile, "If someone else asked us to act together, we would never agree. What is Chinese martial arts? Only killing people without performing is Chinese martial arts. What's the point of putting on a show in front of the camera? Isn't that insulting?" Seeing Feng Yuanqing's unhappy face, Wang Hongying changed the topic and said, "But, I heard that Miss Xia is looking for us, and Brother Feng is sincere, so my master and I decided to come and have a look. Miss Xia, I am your loyal fan. This cooperation can be considered as my close cooperation with my idol, right?" Fong Yan laughed in his heart. This guy had flattered 2 people with a single sentence. He didn't know how good his real skills were, but his eloquence was definitely top-notch. Xia Chen and Wang Hongying's hands touched for a moment and said gratefully, "Thank you, then I'll have to trouble you 2 masters." "You're welcome. It's our honor to be able to cooperate with Miss Xia." Wang Hongying seemed to be the spokesperson for his master Lu Shuiru. His master closed his eyes and didn't say a word, but he alone took care of the social interaction. Feng Yuanqing looked at Xia Chen and said, "Xia, we're waiting for you to eat. Now that everyone is here, can we get someone to serve the dishes?" "Of course." Xia Ji smiled and nodded. "Master Lu, Master Wang, I came late. I solemnly apologize to the 2 teachers. Miss Xia is too polite." Wang Hongying waved his hand and said. His gaze turned to Fong Yan, who was beside Xia Chen, and asked, "This is?" "It's my friend Fong Yan," Xia Ji said with a smile. When Xia Xia looked at Fong Yan, he blinked his eyes, meaning to say, "Help me keep an eye on them and see if these 2 guys are really Tai Chi experts. Red Eagle, speaking of which, you guys are the same." Feng Yuanqing reminded with a kind expression, "This is a Tai Chi expert." "Oh. You also know Tai Chi?" Wang Hongying was interested when she looked at Fong Yan. Even the Tai Chi master Lu Shuiru, who was sitting on the sofa to rest, opened his eyes and looked at Fong Yen, then instantly returned to normal. Young and short of breath, it was hard to look at. I know a little, Fong Yen said with a smile. He now understood why Xia Qin said that she wanted to bring him here to fight against counterfeits. It felt like there were two Tai Chi masters waiting to work with her. The last time they met, Xia Chen had indicated that she wanted to add elements of Hua Xia style to her new album. When she saw Fong Yan's Tai Chi performance at the peak of Zhengxia Mountain, she was shocked and wholeheartedly wanted to cooperate with Fong Yan. Unexpectedly, after being rejected several times by Fong Yan, Xia Chen had no choice but to find another expert. Feng Yuanqing understood Xia Chen's thoughts, so he asked around and found Lu Shuiru and Wang Hongying to recommend them to Xia Qin. If Lu Shuiru and Wang Hongying were more powerful than Fong Yan, would they still look for Fong Yan cooperation in the summer? Obviously not. This was also the reason why Feng Yuanqing had called Xia Chen several times to invite her to the banquet, because he knew what was on Xia Chen's mind the most right now. Wang Hongying was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Come, let's push each other. The dishes haven't arrived yet, so let's warm up first." Xia Chen refused and said, "Let's eat first. The dishes are coming up." The reason she invited Fong Yan to help her fight against counterfeits was only because she subconsciously felt that Fong Yan was an expert. However, she had no idea how high Fong Yan's level was. If Fong Yan were to be injured by the Tai Chi expert that Feng Yuanqing had found, then it would be her fault. She only wanted Fong Yan to help her see if she could find any flaws in the words and actions of these people. As for sparring, she felt that it was very dangerous. "Miss Xia, don't worry. When we spar with each other, we always stop at the right time. It won't hurt anyone," Wang Hongying explained to Xia Qin. Fong Yan also waved his hand and said, "Forget it." "What is it?" "Brother, you're not giving me face." Wang Hongying was unhappy. Scholars make friends through poetry, and we martial artists naturally make friends through martial arts. Only by sparring with each other and advancing together can we improve day by day. What kind of future can we have if we are stuck in a rut and don't seek to make progress? It's not that I don't want to give you face. I'm just a teacher. What do I need such brilliant martial arts for? If I use Tai Chi to hit a student, and the student sues me for corporal punishment, I still have to eat the school board, isn't that right? Feng Yuanqing looked at Wang Hongying with a smile and said, "Red Eagle, forget it. Since he's afraid, don't force him." Hearing Feng Yuanqing's words, Wang Hongying's determination to spar with Fong Yan was even more determined. If he could perform well in front of the summer goddess, he might be able to enter the eyes of the goddess and have a chance to get close to her. Men not only look at their face, but also at their kung fu. "Are you going to fight or not?" Wang Hongying said with a look of disdain. "It's annoying. How can he be as straightforward and heroic as us martial artists? Who is your master? Is that what he taught you? The next time I see him, I want to test him and see if he's a good-for-nothing like you." Wang Hongying looked at Xia Qin apologetically and said, "Miss Xia, please don't mind, we martial artists are like this. We have a fiery temper." Fong Yan was amused by the kid's performance and said, "Who is my master? With your cultivation, you definitely won't have the chance to see him. I have to say, you're very lucky." He squatted down slightly and stretched out a hand. He waved at Wang Hongying and said, "Since you strongly request it, then I'll accompany you to push your hands." Wang Hongying's face flushed with excitement and said, "That's right. A man should have some guts." He gave Feng Yuanqing a look that said, "Don't worry, I'll teach this kid a good lesson." He strode in front of Fong Yan and said, "Kid, learn a little. I'm not someone who will push hands with others so easily." Fong Yan thought for a moment and said helplessly, you always steal other people's lines like this. Do you know that you make others speechless? What? Wang Hongying put her hand on Fang Yan's wrist and looked at him in confusion. Fang Yan's right foot rushed forward, and with a flick of his wrist, Wang Hongying's body flew backward as if he had been electrocuted. Bang! His body fell heavily on the carpet a few meters away. The strength had not dissipated, and his body continued to slide forward. Clang! His head heavily hit the glass tea table in front of Lu Xueru, and only then did he stop. Fang Yan looked at Feng Yuanqing and the others and said embarrassedly, "He's right, we martial artists have such a fiery temper." Chapter 196. The smile on Feng Yuanqing's face froze before it could spread. It was like the extreme cold before the earth was destroyed. Butterflies were flapping their wings, bees were busy gathering pollen, children were chasing and playing in the grass, and dung beetles were asking their mothers why they were eating shit. Everything was so quiet and beautiful. A black cloud floated over and they were frozen into ice sculptures. Feng Yuanqing felt that his heart was colder than an ice sculpture. Was this the Tai Chi master he invited? Was this the national third place he bragged about? It was obviously a fake product. If Wang Hongying was not the person he found, Feng Yuanqing would definitely suspect that this guy was paid by Fang Yan to cooperate with him. It was too fake. You flew so far away when I touched you. Do you think this is a martial arts film? We are too embarrassed to write a script like this when we are filming. Xia Zhi's mouth was slightly open and her pupils were swollen. She could not believe the scene in front of her. She wanted to say, "Stop there." She wanted to say, "Don't hurt people." She also wanted to say, "The battle was over," before she could say anything. Was this Tai Chi? Wasn't it too simple? Was this Tai Chi? Wasn't it too domineering? Lu Xueru's eyes opened in an instant. His long beard was flying and his thick eyebrows were imposing without anger. His eyes were like sharp blades that cut Fang Yan's face again and again. "Inch force?" Lu Xueru asked in a deep voice. "You can say that," Fang Yan said. "But we all call it thunder." Thunder not only used strength but also controlled the momentum. Just now, when Fang Yan sent Wang Hongying flying, he first used thunder and then used his inner force to beat him to the point that he could not fight back. Fang Yan did not explain. He knew that Lu Xueru did not understand. Lu Xueru stood up and walked straight to Fang Yan. He did not care about his disciple Wang Hongying's life and did not look at him from beginning to end. It was as if he had become a dead man. Heartless. This was Fang Yan's evaluation of Lu Xueru. This kind of person was very dangerous. Because of their cold temperament, they were easy to get into a dead end when practicing martial arts. Without being able to establish a sect, it would be difficult for one to become a great master. However, this kind of person was extremely talented. If this was the ancient world of martial arts, there would be evil sects that harmed the world of martial arts and attempted to unify the world of martial arts. In the end, they were killed by young heroes. Fang Yan pointed at Wang Hongying, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, and reminded, "Don't you want to see your disciple? His internal organs are injured and he needs immediate treatment. You want to break my Tao heart?" Lu Xueru stared at Fang Yan with ridicule in his eyes, disdainful of his insignificant tricks. Deaths and injuries are unavoidable in sparring. You hurt him. That's your ability. He was injured by you because he wasn't skilled enough. Who could be blamed? His life and death have nothing to do with me. Your life and death are under my control. Sounds reasonable, Fang Yan said with a smile. But this can't hide the fact that you're cruel and unscrupulous, bastard. Lu Xueru shouted angrily. With a flash, he appeared in front of Fang Yan and clawed at Fang Yan's eyes. Eagle peck. This move was extremely ruthless. He wanted to copy the eagle's man-eating method and forcefully dig out Fong Yan's eyeballs. You're courting death. Fong Yan was completely enraged. In sparring, even if Wang Hongying insulted his sect, he would only give a light punishment. This old thing's heart was vicious. He actually wanted to take someone's life and cripple them. It was really shameful and hateful. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and clawed at Lu Xueru's wrists that were grabbing at his eyes. Lu Xueru had rich combat experience and changed his move at the last moment. He changed the position of the eagle's peck and clawed at Fong Yan's wrists. Fong Yan also changed his moves, looking for traces of Lu Xueru's claws after he changed his move. The two changed their moves at the same time. Their hands didn't touch, and their clothes didn't touch. Their hands didn't touch, and their clothes didn't touch. In the eyes of a bystander, it was like an old man and a handsome young man were playing a drinking game. One hand gesture changed, and the other followed. The difference was that the hand gestures became faster and faster, and the changes became fiercer and fiercer. Finally, it became a blurry phantom that couldn't be seen clearly. However, the wind was whistling, and the atmosphere was solemn. Even if you couldn't see their moves clearly, you could feel that it was extremely dangerous. It was as if there was a big stone pressing on your heart, so heavy that you couldn't breathe. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yan and Lu Xueru had already exchanged 60 or 70 moves. This guy dared to open a dojo in Yanjing and accept disciples, so he really did have some skills. Hiss, the sound of clothes tearing came. Fong Yan and Lu Xueru's figures were like magnets with strong magnetic fields, bouncing to the sides. Lu Xueru's face was ugly, and Fong Yan's hand was holding a piece of cloth that was torn from Lu Xueru's sleeve. This time, it was obvious that Lu Xueru had lost by a bit. Good kung fu. Very fast reaction. Very strong qigong. Lu Xueru used the word good 3 times in a row, and stared at Fong Yan with sharp eyes, and said, "Who is your master? To be able to teach a disciple like you, your master must not be a nobody. You'd better say your master's name to avoid the flood rushing against the Dragon King Temple. If we meet again, I won't be able to explain it to your master's elders." Fong Yan was really angry and amused. All along, he felt that Fong Yingying and Fong Haohan were very shameless. He didn't expect that the guy he met today was even more shameless than Fong Yingying and Fong Haohan combined. I have seen a lot of TV movies, and I have summed up a few conclusions to share with you. First, generally, people who take the initiative to say that you'd better say your master's name to avoid the flood rushing against the Dragon King Temple are bad people. Because good people don't need to care about their master's name, they only care about the opponent's position, right or wrong. Second, the person who takes the initiative to say this must be the weaker side. Third, this sentence is usually said after the fight is over. This is because the bad guy on the weaker side knows that he can't win, but he's too embarrassed to admit defeat directly, so he can only find a reason to get out of the situation by using his connections. Fong Yan turned to look at Feng Yuanqing and said, "You act in a movie. Do you always write your scripts like this?" Feng Yuanqing thought about it seriously, and his face turned pale, feeling that he had been shot in the chest again. Fong Yan looked at Lu Xueru with a smile, and said, "I won't let you get what you want. I won't give you the chance to use your relationship. Of course, the reason why I don't tell you my master's name has nothing to do with what I said. I just feel that you can't have any relationship with us." Arrogant kid. Lu Xueru's face was green with anger. Blue veins popped out, and all the bones in his body cracked. "Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me for hurting you." Fong Yan waved at him and said, "Come." Lu Xueru raised the prayer beads with both hands, and pulled hard. Paw! The thread snapped, and the 19 golden Jinan prayer beads scattered into a straight line. Lu Shuiru waved his right sleeve, and the 19 prayer beads were all pulled into his robe. Break! With a loud shout, the 19 prayer beads shot out like 19 cannonballs. The 19 prayer beads formed 3 formations, the first grade formation, the 3 talents formation, and the 11 chain formation. The formations were interlocked, and the beads were connected. Each bead had killing intent, and each formation had killing intent. Killing intent shook the heavens. Like a swarm of locusts, like a sky full of stars, the 19 suns formed 2 small formations and 1 large formation and charged towards Fang Yan. They surrounded and isolated him from all directions, as well as all possible escape routes and possible changes in the formation. The 3 formations were connected, and formed a new formation, the End of Generations formation. This was a common saying in Jianghu. If the 3 formations passed through, not a single chicken or dog would be spared, and all humans and gods would be destroyed. This was a sure kill weapon used in large-scale battles, and its power was endless. Right now, there was only Fang Yan in the eye of the formation. If there were other parents and brothers standing together with Fang Yan, they would also be annihilated. That was why there was the saying of ending one's descendants. Fang Yan closed his eyes. The dantian in his body was scorching hot. That was because the heart of Tai Chi was stimulated by the strong killing intent, and it automatically operated. The realm of Tai Chi, the land controlled by it, is my realm. The land is mine, the cattle and sheep are mine, the mountains and rivers are also mine. Everything is mine. I am the king. Time stopped. Space stopped. Fang Yan could clearly see Feng Yuanqing's open mouth and the beads of sweat on his forehead. He could see Feng Yuanqing's frightened eyes and the light yellow fluff on his face. Wang Hongying also got up. His expression was ferocious with hatred, and the joy of revenge. Time would not stop, and space would not stop. However, in Fang Yan's eyes, everything seemed to have slowed down. Just like an airplane flying high in the sky, when your speed reaches a certain number, you will find that the clouds are still, and so are you. In fact, you are flying, moving, advancing at a supersonic speed. The heart of Tai Chi, cleansing the muscles and marrow, strengthening the body and spirit. Fang Yan moved. His figure unfolded at the speed of a sand sculpture escaping from a rabbit, his posture relaxed, his expression romantic. The first grade formation took the lead and attacked first. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the first grade formation I prayer bead, holding it in the palm of his hand. The formation was broken. The 3 talent formation arrived in the blink of an eye. Fang Yan stretched out his hand again and grasped the prayer bead in the eye of the formation. It was as easy as picking a peach in the garden. The formation was broken. The 11 child chain formation surrounded Fang Yan. They formed a trident and fiercely stabbed towards Fang Yan's chest. Fang Yan took out the 3 prayer beads in the eye of the formation and rearranged them. Then, he stuffed all the prayer beads he had picked from the grade 1 formation, 3 talents formation, into the transformed 11 child interlocking formation. Fang Yan's body moved like a ghost through the formation, his hands dancing up and down as fast as lightning. Crack! With a crisp sound, the 19 prayer beads formed a spear in Fang Yan's hand. The spearhead was like the head of a snake, swaying, looking left and right as if looking for prey. Fang Yan pushed hard with both hands. The spear distorted space, cut through the air, and shot back at an unpredictable speed. Lu Shuiru was terrified and turned to escape. Crack! The prayer bead spear passed through Lu Shuiru's body and nailed to the wall of the private room with a bang. Chapter 197. Crack! Until this time, the bead at the end of the prayer bead spear fell to the ground. Crack! Another one. Paw 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 paw, the other beads also fell to the ground. After the bead in front fell to the ground, the bead behind followed. It could be seen that even without the silk thread, the connection of these beads was still very tight. The handle of the spear was getting shorter and shorter, and finally disappeared. Except for the 3 prayer beads that crashed into the wall, the other 16 prayer beads were all intact. The most amazing and puzzling thing was that this golden nanmu was not a heavy and hard wood. Why could it collide with each other without breaking? Shoot into the wall without breaking? The energy was as hard as steel. Flying flowers could hurt people, and a leaf could take people's head. Even flesh and blood could break mountains and stones with the help of the energy, let alone wood that was harder than the palm. Everyone was stunned. Was he still a human? Was this a myth? Before the duel, Feng Yuanqing and Wang Hongying had different expressions. Feng Yuanqing was cursing and gloating, and Wang Hongying was filled with hatred and joy at the prospect of getting her revenge. Whether it was Feng Yuanqing or Wang Hongying, they thought that as long as Lu Xiaoru was willing to fight, then Fang Yan could only be beaten. There would be no second result. Although Xia saw Fang Yan practicing Tai Chi from a distance, his posture was very beautiful, which was in line with the mood she wanted. However, she didn't have an answer in her mind about Fang Yan's actual combat experience. When the battle was over, their expressions all became like this: "Oh, zero. How is it possible?" Lu Xiaoru looked down at his chest, unable to accept the facts in front of him. He lost. He lost so miserably. Puff! Blood was flowing. Because the prayer beads pierced through his body, the wound was neat and cylindrical. At that moment, the beads turned into a spear, which was extremely hard and indestructible. The blood soaked his clothes and mixed with the air, making the sound of blood bubbles. Why not? Fang Yan sneered. Do you think you are the best in the world? How can you take my formation? Lu Xiaoru still couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. He had 1,800 reasons for suspicion. Lu Xiaoru made a name for himself at a young age. Later on, he became Li Zhonghao's disciple and was one of the top Tai Chi experts in Yanjin. Lu Xiaoru was extremely conceited. He finished his apprenticeship at the age of 30 and opened a dojo in Beijing to accept disciples. He defeated challengers from all over the world and once claimed to be invincible under the age of 40. On the other hand, his master, Li Zhonghao, was already 55 years old. Obviously, he was not within the scope of his contempt. This sentence had been shouted for many years, and it had never failed before. He was the representative of Hua Xiao's martial arts and the leader of Li's Tai Chi. Therefore, when Fang Yan walked in, Feng Yuanqing had introduced him as the male lead of Hua Xia TV's large-scale documentary, Tai Chi World. What about Fang Yan? When Fang Yan first followed Xia in, Lu Xiaoru didn't even look at him. Even if it was Xia himself, he just smiled indifferently. He didn't get up, shake hands or greet him. He had the demeanor of a peerless master. Later, when Feng Yuanqing said that Fang Yan was a Tai Chi expert, he opened his eyes and glanced at Fang Yan. Then he quickly closed his eyes again. How strong could this green-haired boy be, and how deep could his cultivation be? Besides, Fang Yan's appearance really didn't have the demeanor of a master. If you didn't wear a tang suit or a layman's robe, and if you didn't have a string of beads on your neck or hand, who would be willing to admit that you were a martial arts master? Packaging was very important in Jianghu. It was not until Fang Yan knocked away his disciple Wang Hongying with one move that he began to take Fang Yan seriously. He also wanted to take the initiative to challenge An, to save his face. No matter how bad Wang Hongying's skills were, he was Lu Xiaoru's disciple after all. His disciple was knocked away in front of him, and he didn't look good. If he didn't do anything, it would be really difficult for him to step down. But, how did he lose? His first grade, 3 talents, and 11 children chain formation was a big killer move found in an ancient book. He had practiced it for more than 17 years, and its power was extremely great. He had lost many good people, including some famous people in the whole of Huaxia. This Fang Yan, was he even 17 years old? Tai Chi to control the force, lightning to break the formation. Fang Yan said with a smile. When a person's internal energy is deep and his momentum is great, a stare at you is lightning, a roar is lightning, a punch is also lightning. Fang Yan waved his hand disinterestedly and said, "There's no point in talking to you about this. Even if I said it, you wouldn't understand. A scum like you who has evil thoughts, who easily breaks people's bones and takes their lives, is really harmful to nature, and goes against the harmony of heaven. Even if you spend your whole life, you still won't be able to achieve the great Tao. You." Lu Shuiru was furious. With a puchi sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Yuanqing couldn't dodge in time, and was drenched by this rain of blood. He stood there awkwardly, his mouth slightly open, but he couldn't say a word. Although Lu Shuiru was defeated by Fang Yan, if those pearls were flying towards him, there would be as many holes on his body as there were pearls, right? Such a dangerous person, he really couldn't afford to offend. "Fall," Fang Yan said. Lu Shuiru stood there without moving. He felt that he could still hold on for a while. At least, he couldn't fall in front of this nameless junior. You standing there makes me lose face. People who don't know would think that the two of us are cooperating to perform magic. Anger appeared on Lu Shuiru's face again, but the anger quickly turned into an expression of pain. Because, when he was angry, it affected the wound on his chest. Once the wound moved, the pain pierced his heart. That forcefully held breath of chi broke just like that. Bastard! Lu Shuiru knew that he was tricked again. Plop! Lu Shuiru cooperated and knelt on the ground, then his body slowly slid to the carpet. Master! Wang Hongying climbed up from the ground and quickly ran in the direction of Lu Shuiru. Master, how are you? Master, are you okay? Master! Fang Yan sighed softly. Although Wang Hongying's skills were not good, his character was not good, and he looked a bit too wretched, but he was still a very good disciple. At least, he regarded his master as his master. As for Lu Shuiru, he didn't regard Wang Hongying as his disciple at all. People who practice martial arts paid the most attention to the word friendship. In the eyes of Fang Yan, Lu Shuiru was a completely unqualified opponent. Fang Yan walked in front of Xia Ji and said, "The assessment is over, these two are fake." Xia Ji finally woke up from the state of shock. After looking at Lu Shuiru and Wang Hongying lying on the ground, he said to Feng Yuanqing, who was not far away, "Yuanqing, Teacher Lu and Teacher Wang are your friends. You treat them well for me. All the expenses will be borne by me. Sorry to trouble you." After that, he turned around and walked out of the box. Feng Yuanqing opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't shout out what he wanted to say. Things had developed to this point, it was no longer suitable for Xia Ji to stay here. If a waiter came in or someone else saw it, it would cause a huge image crisis. More importantly, he was the one who invited Lu Shuiru and Wang Hongying over. Although Fang Yan was a hateful person and he was too heavy-handed, he was the only one who could clean up the mess. Could it be that he still had to let Xia Ji take action? If that was the case, he was afraid that he would have no place in her heart, right? Fang Yan followed behind Xia Ji. The two were about to leave, but Wang Hongying suddenly ran to the door and blocked their way. "You want to leave after injuring someone?" Wang Hongying shouted viciously. I want to call the police. I want the police to arrest all of you. Fang Yan, aren't you fierce? Aren't you powerful? You made me and my master like this. This is a crime of intentional injury. I want to see how you explain it to the police when they come. A cornered dog jumps over a wall, not to mention the hot-tempered Wang Hongying. After he scolded Fang Yan, he turned his attack on Xia Ji. Xia Ji, you bitch, you asked someone to invite me and master to come over to act for you. Now you're looking for a little pimp to beat us. You stood on the side and didn't say a word, and now you want to take the murderer away. Aren't you a star queen? Aren't you a pure jade girl in the entertainment circle? I'm going to ruin your reputation today. I'm going to let your fans see what kind of a bitch the woman they love is. Feng Yuanqing was anxious and rushed in front of Wang Hongying and shouted, Wang Hongying, shut up. Get out of the way, we will send your master to the hospital immediately. I will give you money, give you a lot of money. I won't let you come for nothing. Paw! Wang Hongying slapped Feng Yuanqing's face. Wang Hongying had practiced kung fu before, and this time, she was furious. She slapped Feng Yuanqing's fair and tender face until it was purple and red, leaving a clear palm print on it. Because Wang Hongying had left her fingernails, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but her fingernails scratched under Feng Yuanqing's eyelid, tearing off a piece of flesh, dripping with blood. Feng Yuanqing, you idiot, trash. You wanted to pick up girls, so master and I came to support you. We were beaten like dead dogs, and you stood there not even daring to fart. Why were we beaten? Why was master injured? Wasn't it because you wanted that bastard surnamed Fong to have a bad ending? Money? I don't fucking want money. I want you to die. I want you to lose your reputation, and become the joke of the world. Feng Yuanqing stood there and covered his face. His face hurt, and his heart hurt even more. Wang Hongying was crazy. This mad dog had lost his mind, and now he would bite whoever he caught. Wang Hongying did not open the door, but shouted through the door, someone come quickly, murder. Someone come quickly, bang. Fang Yan walked over and knocked Wang Hongying out with a punch. He glanced at Feng Yuanqing and said, no need to thank me. Chapter 198. When Fang Yan came out, Zhu Jian was already gone. The waiter handed him a note and said, Mr. Fang, your friend has to leave first. He left you a note. Fang Yan opened the note. On it was a row of beautiful words, the bill has been paid. This place is charged by the hour. I'm not sure when you'll be back, so I'll go back first. Fang Yan grinned. Zhu Jian wanted to pretend to be a tycoon, but the pressure of sitting there and not ordering anything and spending money every minute and second must have made him restless, right? This society was really realistic. What are you laughing at? Xia asked curiously. I'm thinking, is this a fake or a beating? Fang Yan replied with a smile. Xia Ji's face was full of apology as he looked at Fang Yan and said, I'm really sorry. Feng Yuanqing called and said he wanted to introduce me to 2 Tai Chi experts. You know, I really hope that my new album can add some Tai Chi elements, but you rejected me several times. I actually don't know much about Tai Chi, so I wanted to ask you to help me take a look. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Forget it. Anyway, it has already happened. Fang Yan waved his hand and said very generously, you just need to make some compensation. How can I compensate you? Xia Ji asked with a smile. Fang Yan laughed and said, then treat me to dinner. I wasn't full just now. Hearing Fang Yan say that she wasn't full, Xia remembered that she hadn't eaten tonight. With an apologetic expression, she said, no problem. What do you want to eat? I'll see if I can book a private room here. No need. Fong Yan waved his hand. It's better not to eat here. Something unpleasant had just happened, and eating here would affect one's appetite. Besides, eating here. Even if I eat a lot of dishes, I still don't feel full. Xia Zhi squinted his eyes and smiled, asking, what do you want to eat? At the roadside barbecue stall. Fong Yan and Xia Zhi found a table near the corner and hid Xia Zhi's body in the shadows that were difficult for the lights to reach. Fong Yan called the boss over and skillfully ordered a lot of food. He said, "Boss, please give me 2 more bottles of beer." "All right. I'll be there in a while." The boss replied, but his eyes were extremely strange as he looked at Xia Zhi. This girl's clothes, appearance, temperament. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't look like she was here to eat barbecue. When the boss left, Fong Yan looked at Xia Zhi and said, "Look at you, your style of clothes is not close to the people. If others see us sitting together, they will definitely misunderstand that I'm a pretty boy who specializes in deceiving rich girls." Xia Zhi smiled bitterly and said, "Yen. As a public figure, yen, li, yen, said. They stared at the results of your works, the gossip about you, and the way you dress. If you appeared in public wearing the same clothes half a year ago and wore it again half a year later, the reporters would say that you were outdated and that you didn't have the money to change into a new one. If your lip gloss was too bright or your eyeshadow was too heavy, you would also be attacked and criticized by them. You don't have to care, but you don't want to go through too much trouble. So, it's not wrong to follow the crowd. It's not easy being a celebrity." Fong Yan nodded in agreement. "That's why I refuse to be the male lead in your music video. If I accidentally become popular, and people ask for my autograph wherever I go, and young and beautiful girls run over to take pictures with me, how distressed can I be? Should I say yes or no?" "Not the male lead of the MV." Xia Zhi corrected. "These are some scenes of you practicing Tai Chi. If you don't agree, we don't have to use your face. We just want the moves and aura you use when you practice Tai Chi. You don't even use my face. Isn't that insulting?" Fong Yan said angrily. When the beer was served, Fong Yan asked the owner to send the beer utensils. Xia Chen said, "Your kung fu is so good, can't you just use your hands to open it?" "Of course." Fong Yan took the wine opener from the boss and said, "But I'm a low-key person. I don't want to attract too much attention." The boss looked at Fong Yan with disdain. He thought to himself, such a beautiful woman, could she have been deceived by this guy's glib tongue? Bang! The beer bottle cap popped open. Fong Yan used a disposable plastic cup to pour a cup for Xia and then filled the cup in front of him. Fong Yan picked up his glass and said, "Come, big star, let me toast you. This should be your first time eating barbecue at a roadside stall, right?" Xia Zhi shook his head and said, "Mom doesn't want me to eat these things. She says it's too dirty. I don't care. When I was studying, I often sneaked out with my classmates to eat barbecue and drink beer. After that, I rarely had the chance." Xia Zhi picked up his glass and touched it with Fong Yan's. Then the two of them drank the chilled beer at the same time. From the inside to the outside, there was a refreshing feeling. Even the depression caused by the Lu Shuiru incident tonight was mostly gone. "Master Lu. Will he be all right?" Xia Zhi asked worriedly. Fong Yan coldly snorted and said, "This person's heart is evil and his attacks are ruthless. He tried to take my life several times. His bead array is indeed very powerful. If my martial arts were slightly weaker, I wouldn't be able to sit here and chat with you tonight. I've only seriously injured him, which is already considered merciful. I don't want to cause any trouble for you. I'm really sorry. Xia Ji picked up the bottle again and filled their glasses, saying, "Let me toast you." Fang Yan smiled again and said, "I don't think there are many people who can get you to pour wine now. I haven't drunk for many years." Xia said, "Why are you making an exception today?" Xia Ji thought for a moment and said, "I just want to have a drink. It doesn't make sense. It's just like sometimes when I can't sleep in the middle of the night, I suddenly want to eat fried chicken with beer, braised chicken wings, spicy pickled fish, and even KFC McDonald's that I rarely eat." Xia Ji laughed heartily and said, "Besides, I'm treating you tonight. When the guests drink, how can the host not accompany them? You're not a bad person." Fang Yan said. "At least it's not annoying. That's your final evaluation of me. Not bad. Don't you know? A lot of people don't like summer." "Oh. I'd like to know, who doesn't like summer?" "All the couples in the world." Fang Yan said. "Because when summer comes, the weather is too hot for couples to hug each other." "I have a question for you." "Ask." "Although I don't know much about Tai Chi, however, doesn't Tai Chi pay attention to using softness to overcome hardness, requiring the practitioner to be calm and not easily hurt others? Why did Lu Shuuru easily attack people heavily? You also beat him up miserably." Fang Yan smiled and said, Taiping Guangji, Volume 174, quoting the chapter, Tan Su. Assistant Minister Xue Daoheng of the Sui dynasty visited Mount Zhong's Kaishan temple and asked this little monk, "Why is Vajra angry? Why does Bodhisattva lower his eyebrows?" This little monk answered, "Vajra angry, so he subdued the 4 demons. Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows, so he is merciful to the 6 paths." "You mean, good and evil are separated by a single thought? Good people do good, evil people do evil. This has nothing to do with the kung fu learned, but has something to do with the target. You can say that." Fang Yan nodded. After thinking for a while, he added, "In fact, it's mainly because I couldn't control myself. He wanted to hit me, so I beat him up. He wanted to kill me, so I beat him half to death. Good people still suffer losses." At this time, Fang Yan's phone rang in his pocket. Fang Yan took it out and saw the number written on the screen was, "Kiss." Kiss. Fang Yan was stunned for a few seconds before he remembered that was Jiang Qin's nickname. However, he had never saved her phone number like that. How did it become Kiss? When Fang Yan picked up the phone, he heard Jiang Qin's voice. The little girl asked arrogantly, "Mr. Fang, where are you?" Fang Yan immediately looked around, thinking, they won't happen to see me taking Xia Tian to eat barbecue, right? After finding no suspicious enemy, Fang Yan said, "I'm eating." "Where are you eating?" Jiang Qin asked. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "You won't let me tell you where I'm eating, who I'm eating with, and what kind of dishes I'm eating, right?" Jiang Qin giggled and said in a soft voice, "If you want, I won't object. Say it quickly. What's the matter? If you don't say it, I'll hang up." "Come and sing," Jiang Qin said. "Drink songs." "No way. I'm busy," Fang Yan said and was about to hang up the phone. "If you don't come, I'll go to the school gate to wait for you," Jiang Qin threatened. Yuan Xiaolin said she's going too. "The 2 of us are going to hold a banner to the school gate to woo." Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "It's really inconvenient. You know, my singing level is not very good." "Singing?" Xia Tian's eyes lit up and said, "Okay. I'll go too." Jiang Qin's ears were sharp and immediately asked, "Mr. Fang, where are you eating? Who are you eating with?" Do you have a woman with you? Fong Yan sighed and said, tell me the address. I'll come and find you after dinner. No. You haven't told me who the woman next to you is. Is she beautiful? Won't you see it in a while? Fong Yan said snappily, if you don't say it, I'll hang up. At Dynasty KTV. Hurry up and come over. Jiang Qin said. Hanging up the phone of this annoying little girl, Fong Yan looked at Xia Ji sitting opposite and asked, you really decided to go singing? With a group of little brats? Yes. Xia Ji nodded seriously. All of a sudden, I want to go to KTV to sing. Would it be interesting to go to KTV and sing my own songs? It's like suddenly wanting to eat fried chicken and drink beer, braised chicken wings and pickled fish. Fong Yan asked. Yes. Xia Ji nodded very firmly. After a pause, he asked curiously, who is Dear? What a cute name. When Fong Yan took out his cell phone, Xia Ji inadvertently glanced at it. Chapter 199. Picking up a fallen leaf, looking up at the overlapping of the old and the new green leaves peeking out from the tip ignored by the breeze, the flowers bloom and hesitate wandering alone waiting for you, waiting for everything. Yuan Lin held the microphone and sang a new campus group's classical song, Wing Chun, emotionally. Her voice was clear, and her face was round and moist, giving people a feeling of elegance and gentleness. Singing such a lyrical song with a full mood was very interesting. At the end of the song, there was a warm applause in the room. Yuan Lin threw the microphone away, turned directly to look at Jiang Qin, and asked, Mr. Fong is coming? Yes, Jiang Qin nodded and said. He's not coming alone. I just heard you say that there's a girl with him. Yuan Lin asked, very gossipy. Who? He's a teacher, how can there be a girl with him? I asked him who it is, but he didn't want to tell me. He said that he would see her soon. Jiang Qin waved his fist angrily. When he comes, I must teach him a lesson. That's right. Yuan Lin agreed very seriously. How dangerous is it to take a girl out to eat supper so late at night? He doesn't know how to be safe. Jiang Qin looked at Yuan Lin and asked doubtfully, who are you worried about? Ah. I'm worried about Mr. Fong, said Yuan Lin. His kung fu is so good, what can the girl do to him? Of course, what did he do to the girl? You're worried about the wrong person, okay? Okay. I'm worried about the wrong person. Yuan Lin giggled. She put her arms around Jiang Qin's neck and asked with a smile, are you jealous? I'm not. Jiang Qin's pretty face suddenly turned pink. Why should I be jealous? What does he have to do with me? Why should I be jealous for him? You're kidding. You still deny it. Yuan Lin pointed at Jiang Qin's face and said, you're so red, how dare you say you're not jealous? I have a guilty conscience. Yuan Xiaolin, I'll strangle you to death. Help. Yuan Lin dodged. One raised her hands to pinch him, while the other raised her hand to block. The two young and cute girls rolled around on the sofa. The boys greedily and shyly watched from afar, while the girls followed suit. The atmosphere in the private room was lively and cheerful. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin fooled around for a while before getting up to tidy up his clothes. Jiang Qin looked at Yuan Lin and said, Yuan Xiaolin, I know what you're thinking. Not to be outdone, Yuan Lin said, sweetheart, I know exactly what you're thinking. You know, you've exposed more than me. This is an above-board matter. I'm magnanimous, and I won't be like some despicable people who sabotage things from behind. Are you referring to some despicable people secretly blacklisting other people's phone numbers? Yuan Xiaolin. Jiang Qin angrily shouted. Yuan Lin proudly smiled and said, say it. I'm listening. Tonight, we have to be united, said Jiang Qin. By helping me, you're also helping yourself. Our muzzles must be united against external enemies. When there's an enemy invasion. Do you have any objection? Not at all. The two girls high-fived each other and said with a smile, happy cooperation. When Fong Yan pushed the door and came in, he saw many acquaintances in the private room. The girls were led by Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who were said to be very popular in school. The boys were Nong Pe and the others, whom Fong Yan had met last time. Little Fatty, who had wrestled with Fong Yan and spat out the wine in his stomach as a hidden weapon because he used too much force, was also there. Seeing Fong Yan come in, the students immediately got up and greeted him. A girl who was singing also paused the music. The private room, which was lively and noisy just now, suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Fong Yan with a smile in their eyes and kept a distance. In the last bar incident, Fong Yan's performance was too flashy and strong. While making them fear him, he also won the respect of these students. It was also because of the incident with Brother Wolf that they did not dare to go to the complicated bar, but came to the more formal KTV to sing. Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong, long time no see, Mr. Fong, sing a song for us. Fong Yan waved his hand and said with a smile, you continue to play, don't worry about me. Fong Yan turned and pointed to Xia Ji behind him and said, come, let me introduce you to a new friend, Xia. A girl screamed and shouted. Fong Yan shook his head with a wry smile and said, it seems that I don't need to introduce. Originally, everyone had some doubts about Xia Chen's identity, thinking that she was just a woman who looked like a big star Xia Chen. One had to know that after the glamorous Queen Fan Bingbing became popular, the National Immigration Administration would find hundreds of Fan Bingbing and their passport photos every year. Besides, how could Xia Chen come to such a place? Hearing Fong Yan's words, everyone was sure that this beautiful new woman was the big star Xia Chen. Oh my god, it's really summer. Wow, Xia Chen, I like you so much. Can you give me an autograph? Xia Chen, I like you so much. Little Fatty's eyes turned red and he actually cried in public. From this, it could be seen how obsessed he was with Xia Chen. Xia Chen patted Little Fatty on the shoulder and said with a smile, thank you for liking me. But, a man can't cry so easily. Little Fatty quickly wiped his tears with the back of his meaty hand and said, I won't cry. I won't cry. That's right. You have to learn from your teacher Fong Yan. When Fong Yan entered the door, Xia Chen was standing behind Fong Yan. She could tell that these students were very convinced by Fong Yan. One had to know that the current students were very rebellious. Not every teacher could make them respect and love them so much. Little Fatty opened his mouth, but didn't dare to reply. Learn from teacher Fong Yan. He really couldn't learn this. The woman that Fong Yan brought was actually the goddess of the nation, Xia Qin. This caused Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin to be extremely shocked and helpless. The two girls looked at each other. Jiang Qin encouraged his companion and said, remember, the muzzle of the gun is facing the outside world. Don't worry. Yuan Lin nodded her head in a very loyal manner. Even if the whole world betrays you, I will still stand with you. That's a good sister. Jiang Qin said with relief. Of course. It doesn't matter if she's summer or winter, I'm not familiar with her anyway. Before Yuan Lin finished her words, she saw Xia Chen's eyes glancing at her. She trotted over and said excitedly, Sister Xia, I really like listening to your heartbeat. I even sang it once just now. Can I sing it for you? Yuan Lin. Jiang Qin gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to rush over and beat Yuan Lin up. This damned girl, she clearly said that they were on the United Front. She clearly said that the muzzle of the gun was facing the outside world. In the blink of an eye, she ran over and pretended to be a brainless fan. Is this how you treat your best friend? Really? Xia Chen said happily. Can we sing together? I also want to sing. Sure, sure. Yuan Lin was really happy. She didn't expect that her initiative to be able to get such a return. Singing her idol's song with her idol was something that any fan would go crazy over, right? Yuan Lin shouted, Lon Lon Lon, quickly give me some heartbeat. Summer's heartbeat. Humph, love-struck fool. Jiang Qin stubbornly raised her head. Even if Yuan Lin ran over to the other side, she wouldn't give in so easily. Xia Chen's gaze turned to Jiang Qin, who had been looking at him with hostility. Although he was puzzled, he still smiled and said, This little girl is so beautiful. Her singing must be very good, right? I want you. The fierceness on Jiang Qin's face instantly disappeared. Her face blushed and she said with some embarrassment, Actually, it's not bad. It's not as good as yours. Don't be so modest. Do you know how to sing Heartbeat? Yes. Jiang Qin nodded. This Heartbeat was once one of the top 10 golden songs of the year. It was very popular. The sad tone, beautiful lyrics, and moving pictures were deeply loved by young people. It was also a must-listen song for Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin to go to KTV. However, ever since he found out that the female companion brought by Fang Yan was Xia Chen, why did it sound so weird? Then let's sing together, okay? Xia Chen looked at Jiang Qin and asked. Jiang Qin hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. Okay. Xia Chen couldn't help but laugh and teased, so reluctant. A familiar melody sounded. Fatty took the initiative to give a microphone to Xia Chen. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin shared a microphone. There was no other way. There were only 2 microphones in a private room. The rubber you borrowed and didn't return, the ponytail you fly when you walk, the happy smile you have when you eat, the cake you pout and get angry at me, every heartbeat seems to be because of you. Jiang Qin's voice was sharp and high, piercing through the sky. Her lung capacity was very good. Yuan Lin's voice was clear and transparent, mixed with a little laziness unique to a young girl, just like Mo Wenwei when she was young. Xia Chen was the original singer of this song, and she was a student of the Academy of Music. She had also gone abroad to study music. Her true voice and fake voice naturally changed, and her breathing was smooth. She had an excellent voice and strong singing skills. The cooperation between the 3 of them could be said to be perfect. After singing the first part, Xia Chen held the microphone and didn't say anything. He quietly listened as Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin finished singing this song, which was refreshing and soothing in the beginning, but sad and sorrowful in the end. At the end of the song, the applause was like thunder. Xia Chen also applauded. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin looked at each other. Both of them were a little excited. They could feel that both of them had performed very well today. This should be their best performance of this song. There was nothing they could do. The original singer was sitting next to them. If they didn't sing well, wouldn't they be laughed at? They didn't want to be outdone. Xia Chen looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin and asked with a smile, Do you like singing? I like it. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin nodded repeatedly. They loved singing too much. They sang when they walked, sang when they drew, and even secretly put headphones in their ears to listen to songs in class that they didn't like. Then have you ever thought about becoming a real singer? Xia asked. Chapter 200. A real singer. Everyone stared at Xia Chen, dumbfounded. What did she mean? Did she want Zhang Qin and Xia Chen to become superstars like her? The boys' faces were full of excitement and joy, as if they were about to witness the people around them become influential figures that would attract the attention of the world in the future. The girls went crazy with envy and jealousy. Why did Xia Chen choose Zhang Qin and Yuan Lin? Why didn't she choose us? I'm also very cute, and I sing very well. Just because those two guys had a good relationship with Fang Yan, as a close friend or girlfriend of Fang Yan, Xia Chen treated them differently and took care of them more. This was unfair. Zhang Qin and Yuan Lin looked at each other, and the eyes of the two little girls flickered. Yuan Lin looked at Xia Chen and asked, "Sister Xia Chen, are you saying that we should become singers?" "Yes." Xia Chen nodded seriously. He wasn't joking at all. "Can we really do it?" Zhang Qin was still a little unconfident. "We all hummed when we had nothing to do, and we don't know any singing skills. There are no skills to learn. But the voice and the quality of the sound are innate," Xia said. "When I heard you two sing just now, I was really amazed. Zhang Qin's lung capacity is very good. If you can practice more, I believe that there will be no high notes that will be difficult for you. In time, maybe our country of Huaxia will have another dolphin sound princess that will shock the whole world." Yuan Lin's voice was clear and transparent, like a glass of bubbling lemonade. It was sour and had the lazy feeling of a summer afternoon. This kind of sound was very recognizable. Most importantly, the two of your voices have a kind of... How should I describe it? I think the two of you must have a very good relationship, right? They were clearly two completely different voices, but they actually fused together perfectly, forming a new and intoxicating and influential voice. Xia Chen looked at Fang Yan and said, "I think it's a pity that they don't sing." Fang Yan waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's not a pity if they sing or not. I don't have the right to say anything. I'm their teacher, not their dad." Yuan Lin grabbed Fang Yan's arm and shook it. Then, she said coquettishly, "Dad, please give me your opinion. Should we go karaoke? Do you want to go singing?" Zhang Qin also looked at Fang Yan with a burning gaze, hoping that he could point out a way. Fang Yan gently sighed and said with a serious expression, "I'm not joking with you. This matter is very important. It will determine the direction of your future development, and what kind of mark your entire life will leave on this world. You should think about it carefully and listen to your heart. What do you want to do, then work hard to fight for it. If you want to become a teacher, then start studying hard from now on. If you want to paint, then practice more. If you want to sing, the opportunity is right in front of you. Go back and find a way to convince your parents to agree, and fight for your own choice. Even if you fail, you won't have any regrets." Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Having a choice is 100 times happier than being forced to choose." A teacher not only imparted knowledge in the classroom, but also taught students the principles of life outside the classroom. It was related to the lives of two girls. Fang Yan would not easily make a decision for them. However, he would use his life wisdom to tell them how to think and how to choose next. There was an old saying in Huaxia, "People leave their names behind, and geese leave their voices behind." Life was short. Some people lived a mediocre life. Some people stood at the top of their fields and were dazzling. Some people chose to live a stable and happy life. Some people chose to fight the wind and waves and read thousands of sails. If you chose a different path, there would be different scenery along the way. Zhang Qin and Yuan Lin looked hesitant. It was difficult for them to make up their minds. It was difficult for any girl to refuse the temptation of jumping from an ordinary little girl to a global superstar. After all, it was the big star Xia Xia who invited them. As long as she was willing to support and help them, they would be on the fast track to fame. Paying respects to famous teachers, releasing records, holding concerts, the most important thing was that they really liked singing. Jiang Qin looked at Yuan Lin and said with some uncertainty, "I'm a little scared. I heard that the entertainment circle is very dark." "Who dares?" Xia Xia sneered. The word "who dares" was really domineering on her gentle and elegant pretty face. It is an indisputable fact that the entertainment circle hides filth. Some people want to become famous overnight, some people want to take a shortcut, some people are insatiable, so they choose to pay. But if you can hold your bottom line, who can force you? Besides, since I invited you to sing, I will naturally keep you safe. Whoever dares to touch a hair of yours, I will make him pay a heavy price. Of course, I don't mean that you must come in. Teacher Fang Yan is right. You must make your own choice. Xia Xia looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin with a smile and said, "If you like singing, then come and sing." "I do." Yuan Lin said firmly. "I like singing." Jiang Qin, who was usually more domineering, couldn't make up his mind now. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "I don't know if my parents will agree. Actually, I'm willing." Xia Xia smiled and said, "I can't help you with that. There are some difficulties that you have to overcome yourself. For example, the problem of communicating with your parents." Fang Yan looked at Xia Xia and asked uncertainly, "They are still so young, can they really do it?" "Of course not," Xia said. "Do you know the 12 music workshops for women?" Xia asked. "Yes." Fang Yan nodded. It was an orchestra that performed Hua Xia's classical music in the form of pop music. Their works Glory, Lulan Maiden, High Mountains and Flowing Water, and other works were very classic and were very popular around the world. Fang Yan would sometimes listen to their music when he was practicing Tai Chi. Their music was light and passionate, and often gave him a lot of inspiration. This is a very great group. They used pure music to conquer Japan, Korea, Europe and the United States. They used Hua Xia's classical culture and music elements to the world. What they are doing is also what I want to do. For a long time, it was the celebrities from other countries who came to conquer Hua Xia. Although they were far away on the other side of the world, as long as they released a record or a single, it would spread all over the world. Hollywood movies, European and American music, Japanese anime, Korean idol dramas and idol groups. Whether we admit it or not, this is a kind of cultural invasion and also a kind of cultural conquest. And they also rely on this kind of cultural victory to bring great influence and profits in Hua Xia. They use this to conquer us. What do we use to counterattack them? Can our music counterattack Europe and America? Can our cartoons counterattack the Japanese? Can our idol drama and idol team counterattack Korea? Can our movie be a global hit? Summer, who had always given people a gentle impression, suddenly became sharp. She looked at everyone with a soul-stirring aura. This was ambition. This was spirit. Fang Yan thought in his heart. Once a person had spirit, their temperament would undergo a completely different change. It turned out that the legendary Queen of Purity and low-profile Heavenly Queen was not really quiet and low-profile. Her heart was filled with Hua Xia's heritage and the struggle for culture. Fang Yan felt that such a woman was worthy of admiration. Just as worthy of admiration as himself. Sometimes 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. It equals 10. In the long run, our cultural situation will be even more difficult. When those great sages who are closer to the core of Hua Xia's traditional culture, when those knowledgeable scholars and artists who stick to their original hearts grow old and leave, the younger generation who grew up watching One Piece and drinking Coca-Cola. Can they bear the responsibility of revitalizing our culture? Can they use our culture to make a name for themselves? Can they use the totem of Hua Xia's dragon to conquer the world? If a singer also has an ideal, this is my ideal. So, we have to be prepared in advance. We have to reserve talents for this. I want to add a lot of Hua Xia elements to the new album because of this consideration. However, it is far from enough to rely on me alone or a few people. We need a large number of such talents, such musicians, or real artists. Summer looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin and said, "If you refuse, everything I said has nothing to do with you. You read, fall in love, work, get married, and have children. Maybe achieve extraordinary achievements in a certain field. But, if you nod, then, the two of you. No, the three of us will become a unified whole. I won't rush you out to make money, and I won't rush you out to make a record and hold a concert. Don't even think about it. I will send you to learn vocal music, pronunciation, pipa, eru, guzheng, bamboo flute, dulcimer. You will work very, very hard, so tired that you want to give up every second, want to cry every minute. But, if you can persevere, if you complete all these courses, when you are full of skills, when you are protected by Hua Xia culture, I think it won't be too difficult for you to trample the world under your feet, right?" Summer's expression was full of confidence and satisfaction. Her eyes were shining like the bright moon in the sky. She looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin and asked in an extremely bewitching voice, "Are you willing to become the gods of this world?" Chapter 201. It had to be said that Summer was a very clever lobbyist. She had already made great achievements in the field of music and received honors that attracted the attention of the world. She was the goddess and idol of the students present and the object of their worship. She personally stood up to speak, which was very persuasive and tempting. More importantly, she painted a beautiful blueprint for these little girls, drawing a big cake that people couldn't help but swallow when they thought of it. Carrying forward the traditional culture of Hua Xia and planting the dragon flag in every corner of the world, this was the ultimate dream that no young person would refuse. Standing in the madness of the world and becoming a god in the eyes of countless people. This sounded so stupid, but why was it so exciting to think about it? Your song can be heard by everyone with ears, and your beauty can be seen by everyone with eyes. How much prestige and achievement was this? Hearing this explanation, not to mention the two girls, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, couldn't control themselves, even Fang Yan felt. Should he also consider developing in the entertainment circle? A Tai Chi master who could sing, this would be unique in the entertainment circle, right? I'm not afraid of hard work. Yuan Lin said with a firm look, I can play the piano, I can draw. I'm willing to learn guzheng and eru. As long as I can learn, I'm willing to learn. I want to learn too. Jiang Qin said. Whether you can become a star or not, it's always good to learn more things. The other students also wanted to learn and also wanted to follow Summer to save the world. However, they hesitated several times and didn't know how to speak. They were not familiar with Fang Yan, and they were even less familiar with Summer. Why should Summer help them? Fatty's brain suddenly lit up and said, I want to sing Echo for Summer. Help me order Echo. Echo was also a classic old song of Summer. Just now, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin sang Heartbeat, which made Summer look at them in a different light. If he performed well and the goddess saw his strength, would she also say to him, I think you are very talented, come and learn singing from me? Order me a song, I want to sing Return, I like Summer's Jiangnan the most. Help me order Summer's Jiangnan. Me too, me too. Everyone dreams of being a star. Fang Yan sighed. There were fewer and fewer people like him who were willing to be ordinary and selfless in school. Fang Yan could not help but praise himself more than 30 times. Just as the melody of echo started, the sound suddenly stopped. The television screen went dark, and the lights went out. The private room was pitch black. "Ah!" Everyone cried out in alarm. "A power outage!" someone asked. "Don't move," Fong Yen shouted. "Sit there and don't move." The students panicked. Their first reaction was that it was a power outage, but Fong Yen didn't think so. The small window in the middle of the private room's door had been sealed shut, allowing a tiny amount of light to penetrate through the gap under the door. The out-of-tune singing of "I'll love you even if I die" could still be heard coming from the private room next door. This was an attack. What was even more terrifying was that the killer might have already entered the private room and become one of them. Obviously, the power and lights in the private room were cut off from the inside. The light outside and the private room were not affected at all. A person could sneak into the private room and cut off the power inside without anyone noticing. How strong was he? Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin brought more than 10 students to sing, so they asked for a big private room. As for how many students there were, Fong Yen didn't count them carefully after he came in. What was worse was that after there was no light in the private room, all the students were either standing or sitting in different directions. Fong Yen had no way to find the attacker among the black shadow. "Mr. Fong." Jiang Qin, who was sitting next to Fong Yen, wanted to ask what had happened and why Fong Yan's voice was so nervous and anxious. "Don't speak," Fong Yen shouted in a deep voice. So, no one dared to speak again. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Some were sitting, some were standing, and some were maintaining a fixed posture, not moving at all. This private room had become an independent, dark, and dangerous world. Some people were breathing rapidly, some people were swallowing saliva, and even the heartbeats of the people in the room could be heard. The atmosphere was strange and terrible. Fong Yen didn't say anything. He just sat there and didn't move. Fong Yen tried to relax his body and mind as much as possible. The way of Tai Chi paid attention to nature. Only by being natural could one spy on the way of heaven and the growth of all things. Fong Yen felt his existence. He breathed naturally, and his heartbeat was light and slow as usual. His body was relaxed as if he was at home. However, it was also because he breathed naturally and his heartbeat was light and slow as usual that Fong Yen found him suspicious. In such an environment, how could ordinary students, including the big star Xia, maintain such a normal mood and mentality? He didn't move. Fong Yen didn't move either. This was like a duel between two peerless masters. It was a competition of patience and timing. A chance to kill with one blow. There was a saying in Buddhism that one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. In this small private room, it would become the battlefield for Fong Yen and an unknown master to fight. Fong Yan's opponent was very patient, but Fong Yen was more patient. Because he knew that the longer it dragged on, the better it would be for him. After all, he was the one being attacked, and this was his home ground. As for the killer, no matter how brilliant he was, he couldn't see the light of day. The killer's heartbeat stopped. His breathing also disappeared. Fong Yen knew that he was going to make a move. Martial artists would make some abnormal movements before they made a move, and they couldn't help but adjust their physical state. This killer was no exception. Swoosh! A silver light flashed. A knife cut through the darkness and stabbed straight at Fong Yan's eyes. The knife energy was overflowing, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Before the blade arrived, the strong wind had already cut through people's clothes, making people feel burning pain. It was like being roasted by a long column of fire. The smooth flow of air was distorted and crackling sounds could be heard. Fong Yen expected him to make a move, but he didn't expect him to make a move so quickly. Just as he reacted, the person and the knife were already in front of him. Fang Yan closed his eyes. That intense light and sharp murderous aura had already blinded his eyes. Ninja. He was a ninja. Only a ninja would have such a ghostly speed. Only a ninja could sneak into the private room under Fang Yan's eyes without him noticing. Moreover, from the strength he displayed, this guy was at least a middle ninja. It was also very likely that he was a superior ninja. The superior ninja was also known as the wisdom ninja. They could make battle plans and control the overall situation, and they could kill the target single-handedly. The training of a ninja was extremely harsh. It could even be described as inhumane. It was very difficult to become a qualified ninja. However, there was a saying in the ninja world, it was hard to find a superior ninja in 1,000. From this, it could be seen that even in Japan, a superior ninja was a rare thing. Fang Yan didn't have time now, otherwise he would have considered whether he should be lucky or unlucky. Why did he encounter such a precious superior ninja that could be exhibited as a treasure? Fang Yan leaned against the wall, and there were people sitting on both sides. Whether it was Jiang Qin or Xia Xia, he didn't want them to be hurt. Unable to avoid, he picked up the wine bottle in his hand to block. Tasha! It was not a crisp sound, nor did it burst. It was like the sound of a knife cutting chives. The long knife in the ninja's hand lightly cut the thick glass wine bottle in Fang Yan's hand, and without any obstruction continued to cut Fang Yan's neck. The speed was too fast, the wine in the wine bottle that was split into two didn't even have time to flow out. The hair was cut, and iron was cut like mud. Just a so. Sure kill. Fang Yan's feet bounced, his body rotated in an arc, and rushed toward the long knife, as if he took the initiative to face the knife with his neck. Whoosh! The knife missed. The long knife slashed on the sofa chair in the KTV box, and with a crisp sound, a deep hole immediately appeared on the sofa. But no one had discovered it yet. Fang Yan's body was lying in the arms of the ninja, and he could feel his cold and fierce breath. He turned his wrist and used heaven and earth upside down, and reached out to hit the major acupuncture points of the ninja's arm holding the knife. As long as one of the acupuncture points was buckled, the ninja's arm would lose the ability to move. Or in other words, instantly paralyzed and disabled. Taking the long knife with bare hands. Whoosh! The ninja withdrew the long knife, and his body retreated, and disappeared in the darkness again. Fast. Incredibly fast. Whether it was the killer who made the knife or the counterattack of Fang Yan, there was almost no gap between the two of them. From the beginning to the end of the attack, it was probably less than a second, just a blink of an eye. Until this time, sitting on the left and right sides of Fang Yan, Jiang Qin and Xia Xia felt the dangerous murderous aura. Jiang Qin's body trembled, and his fists clenched. She wanted to shout, but she couldn't move. She didn't understand what happened, but she knew that the current environment made her feel afraid. Xia Xia's heart was also in her throat. She sat very close to Fang Yan, so she could see the black shadow approaching. Although the killer only used one knife from beginning to end, the white light that appeared out of nowhere still illuminated her eyes. She didn't speak, nor did she move. She completely handed her safety to Fang Yan. Because she knew that if she moved, she would die. Whoever moved would die. Fang Yan sat back in his original position, and the ninja retreated to a corner of the box. Everyone kept their previous positions, and they looked around with wide eyes, but they saw nothing. Silence returned to the private room, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 202. Ninjas weren't immortals or ghosts. They were also human beings. Like spies and killers, they were just a more special profession compared to teachers, students, programmers, and advertising planners. Beginner ninjas were genin, and those who knew strategy and assassination were jonins. That was all. As long as they were human beings, they could be killed. Therefore, Fang Yan wasn't afraid. He knew that the ninja's target was him, but he was also worried that if the ninja found that he couldn't kill the target, would he vent his anger on the innocent students in the private room? Fang Yan's worry wasn't superfluous. Just as he was thinking about this, a sharp sword energy slashed toward Jiang Qin sitting next to him. The private room was like a sealed black box, only murderous intent could be smelled, but no light could be seen. Obviously, the ninja changed the way of attack or smeared some black material on the blade to make it lose its bright color. The blade and the darkness merged into one, becoming a ghost that harvested lives. Fang Yan closed his eyes and sat on the sofa without moving. The killer chose to attack Jiang Qin, which made him calm down. This didn't mean that he didn't care about Jiang Qin. It was because he knew that the ninja didn't really kill people. If he had wanted to kill these students, he could have chosen to attack the students who were far away from Fang Yan or the children who were sitting next to him. Why would he choose to attack Jiang Qin, who was in close proximity to Fang Yan? He wanted to create chaos and shake Fang Yan's heart. When Fang Yan saved him in a hurry, he was looking for an opportunity to attack Fang Yan. He just wanted to kill Fang Yan. This was also the result that Fang Yan was happy to accept. When masters fought, it wasn't just about the strength of the two sides, but also the ability to judge the situation and the wisdom to fight. Fang Yan didn't intercept the ninja's sword. He picked up a bottle of beer in front of him and threw it toward the place where the murderous intent was the strongest. At the same time, his body jumped up and rushed behind the bottle. Crack! The long saber once again cut open the bottle. Then, without any hesitation, he stabbed at Fang Yan, who was behind the bottle. If it hit, Fang Yan would definitely be pierced through by this attack. However, Fang Yan didn't seem to be aware of this danger. He just rushed towards the long black saber in a daze. He was just like an idiot, boorish fool. If one could see it with the naked eye, one would find that Fang Yan's sprinting speed was very fast. Like a spirit fox and a cunning rabbit, like thunder rumbling in the 9 continents, lightning flashing for 9,000 li. Moreover, his body seemed to be running in a straight line, but this straight line was just an illusion. With a single step, his silhouette split apart. One was real, and the other was real. It was hard to tell which one was real. Drunken Crane Rides the Wind. This was one of the Fang clan's Tai Chi footwork. It was derived from the original 3 crazy steps by the famous drunkard in the family when he was drunk. The body split into 3, and the 3 gave birth to millions. It was hard to fathom. Many people suffered a great loss when fighting against it. This was also the reason why no one dared to look down on the old drunkard even though he was in dire straits. Who knew if this was an alternative cultivation method that he used to isolate his spirit and self-destruct his physique? How could anyone look down on the #1 martial artist in the past? Fang Yan had a close relationship with the old drunkard since he was young. Even after the old drunkard's temperament had changed, he could still talk to him. This was also the reason why he could learn this drunken crane riding the wind. In this world, there were only 3 people who knew this drunken crane riding the wind. It wasn't that people didn't want to learn it, but those who knew it didn't want to teach it. Needless to say, the old drunkard only cared about wine. He didn't care about family affairs. Every day, he lived in a drunken stupor. He spent more time sober than drunk. The other 2 people who learned this drunken crane riding the wind were Yi Ro and Fang Yan. Yi Ro also liked wine, and she could drink a lot without getting drunk. Every time the old drunkard wanted someone to drink with him, Yi-ro was the most suitable person. The two of them got to know each other through drinking. It seemed that the relationship between Yi-ro and the old drunkard was even deeper than the relationship between Fang Yan and the old drunkard. Who asked Fang Yan to be unwilling to drink with the old drunkard? Yi-ro knew this drunken crane riding the wind, but even if they knew she knew it, who would dare to ask her to learn it? Fang Yan also knew it. He had thought of teaching this footwork to Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. But the result wasn't ideal. They knew the 3 crazy steps like the back of their hands, and it was effortless for them to move. But when this drunken crane riding the wind was used, they would either fall on the spot or be like a fat pig facing a skinny sheep. They would stumble, and there was no power at all. Drunken crane riding the wind. The crane needed to be drunk first before it could find the feeling of riding the wind. Drunk wasn't really drunk, but intoxicated. It was forgetting, it was muddle-headed, and it was part of nature. So, the ninja slashed at Fang Yan. Missed. So, he retracted his blade at lightning speed. Slashed again. Missed again. So, the third slash. Still missed. So, blade chi filled the air, and killing intent filled the room. But no matter how the ninja slashed and slashed, he couldn't touch Fang Yan's body at all. He couldn't add a leaf, and he couldn't drop a feather. This was the highest realm of Tai Chi, and also the true meaning of drunken crane riding the wind. The blade didn't have blade light, but it had killing intent. Sword chi was also chi, and with chi, there was strength. Fang Yan's body was like a leaf, or a feather. Before the blade arrived, the chi was released, and Fang Yan's body had already dodged in advance. If you slapped a balloon with your palm, the balloon would have already flown away before your palm hit it. It was the same principle as drunken crane riding the wind. One move first, one step ahead. Taking the initiative and seizing the opportunity. The ninja slashed and retracted his blade extremely quickly. Countless blade chi surrounded his body, making it hard for Fang Yan to advance. But an empty blade hurt the spirit, and it also hurt the strength. It wasn't a solution to keep slashing like this. As a ninja who could appear and disappear unpredictably, he almost misunderstood that he had met someone of the same kind who was more skilled than him. His blade was like a torrential rain, but why couldn't he keep up with Fang Yan's rhythm? Fang Yan's body extended, and he flashed behind the ninja, dodging 37 consecutive slashes, and punched at the ninja's unguarded heart. Boom! A strong wind blew, and Fang Yan clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. This punch was as heavy as a mountain, and when it attacked, it was like a huge meteorite pressing down on the ninja's chest. The ninja turned around, and spun 360 degrees to attack. Fang Yan didn't dodge, and his fist of flesh and blood destroyed heaven and earth. The ninja also didn't dodge, and the blade of his long blade cut through the air, destroying everything. Fang Yan's fist sped up again. The fist was shorter than the blade, but it arrived before the blade. As long as his fist hit the ninja's body, penetrating his body, smashing his chest, and sending his body flying, the ninja's blade probably wouldn't be able to hit him. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. The fist missed. The blade disappeared. The person also disappeared. A shadow flashed at the door, and the room was quiet again. In this narrow space, the two of them fought fiercely, but they didn't hurt the students at all. In their eyes, this mustard seed space was as majestic as Mount Meru, and they couldn't see the end of it. The door of the room was pushed open, and a waitress in uniform stood at the door and asked, "What are you doing in this room? Why don't you turn on the lights?" The light from outside shone in, and everyone in the room felt like they had seen the light of day again. The heavy stuffiness in his chest disappeared, and so did the fear that made him feel like he was about to go crazy. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew it must have been something bad. It was like a ghost, a real ghost, mingling with them. They couldn't identify it, and they couldn't escape, so they could only stay in the room with the ghost. Turn on the lights. Fong Yan explained. We're playing a little game, clap, clap, clap. Before Fong Yan finished explaining, the waitress had taken the initiative to turn on all the lights in the room. She stared at Fong Yan and the students in the room with unkind eyes. After seeing that their clothes were intact, and there was nothing unusual on their bodies, her face softened a little, but her voice was still cold as she warned, "We have a rule here that pornography, gambling, and drugs are prohibited in the room. Once found, we will immediately call the police." Pornography, gambling, and drugs. Fong Yan smiled bitterly. What kind of people did she think they were? When the waitress saw the situation in the room, her face became extremely embarrassed again. She quickly walked to the middle of the room, pointed at the marble coffee table that was cut in two, and asked in a sharp voice, "What's going on? How did the coffee table become like this? What are you playing? Oh my God, the sofa is also cracked. You also cut the sofa. And the microphone, and the wall." Fong Yan waved his hand to stop her from continuing to shout, and said, "We will pay all compensation." Getting the answer she wanted, the waitress tactfully shut up. The club manager also came, took a computer to calculate, and asked Fong Yan to compensate them 25,000 yuan. Of course, the original thing was not worth this price, but they had a price list in the club. This price was naturally several times more expensive than the actual price. Yuan Lin took out her wallet and wanted to pay the bill, but Fong Yan handed over his bank card. Ninja came because of him, how could he let a little girl pay for him? After dealing with things here, Fong Yan looked at Yuan Lin and Jiang Qin, and said, "You two go back and think about it, don't make a decision easily. I think, since Miss Xia values you, she is willing to give you more time to think. It's very late, you should go back and rest early." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin looked at Fong Yan, nodded silently and left. Especially Jiang Qin, she guessed something happened in the room, but she was smart enough not to ask. When the students left, Fong Yan looked at Xia and said, "Do you need me to take you back? Are you a gentleman?" Xia asked. Fong Yan thought for a moment, and said, "I am a master's." On the marble floor under their feet, there were spots of bright red blood. Chapter 203. The night wind was getting cold. She was only wearing a small black dress in the summer, and it was obvious that she couldn't resist the chill of the city. In particular, the intense and exciting things that happened in the private room just now made her body soak in a layer of cold sweat. Now that her body was cooling down and her sweat was cold, she felt even colder. She grabbed the white shawl on her shoulders with both hands, as if it would warm her up a little. "Take a taxi back." Fong Yan saw her embarrassed look and said softly. "Take 2 steps." Xia said. She didn't have a RV property in this city, so she was picked up by a driver when she went out. When she came out of Sky 1, she didn't call the driver to arrange a car. Now, she wouldn't call the driver out of her house. The driver also had his own life. Fong Yan walked on the right side of the wind, so that he could help her block the wind a little. He said, "I also thought of taking off my coat and giving it to you. But I'm afraid that you'll refuse and make me feel awkward." "You haven't tried, how do you know I'll refuse?" Xia asked. Fong Yan looked at Xia Ji from the side and saw a pair of bright and gentle beautiful eyes. This girl's eyes are so beautiful. After thinking about it, Fong Yan found a problem. In fact, most beautiful women had beautiful eyes. Qin Etian, Jiang Qin, Yuan Lin, and even Lu Chaoga. The eyes were the window to the human heart. If a person's eyes were ugly, then no matter how exquisite the woman's facial features were, she could only be called a beauty with personality. Thus, Fang Yan took off her black coat. Xia Ji didn't hold back and naturally took it and draped it over her shoulders. I feel much better, Xia Ji said with a smile. I often take the coat from the boy when I'm acting. This is the first time something like this has happened in real life. Is this also acting? Fang Yan asked. Xia Ji frowned slightly as he looked at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, I found that you are very aggressive. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's probably because I'm not in a good mood. Can you tell me now? Who is he? Xia asked as he looked at Fang Yan with a burning gaze. I don't know, Fang Yan said. He knew Summer would ask this question. He could send away Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, he could send away those students, but it wasn't that easy to deal with Xia Qin. You don't know either. Xia Keek's pretty eyebrows furrowed again. Although his goal is to attack you, he's also trying to hurt me while attacking you. Do you need help? Fang Yan glanced at Xia Ji and said, yes. I don't need it either. I need you to help me find him. I don't need you to do anything, Fang Yan said. He's very strong. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Understood. Summer nodded. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin are both good seedlings, that's their business. If you really like them, you can have a good talk with them. Fang Yan said, I won't make decisions for their lives. Because I can't afford it. But I can see that they trust you very much. Because I'm their teacher. A teacher who thinks he's pretty good. You have to help me with the new album. I need to think about that. Xia Chen was a little anxious and said, Fang Yan, you're really making me suffer like this. I can find other Tai Chi experts, I can find a replacement. However, I clearly know that there's a better choice, and I clearly know that you're the most suitable. After seeing you play Tai Chi, how can I choose someone else? Fang Yan thought for a moment and said, it's quite difficult. If you don't show up, I'll feel that my work isn't the most perfect. It's the same feeling before the preparation, and it's the same feeling after the work comes out. Even if I think about it many years later, it might still feel like this. I'm a Virgo, and the thing I'm most afraid of is imperfection and regret in life. Promise me, you can make any conditions, okay? Okay. Fang Yan said. What conditions? Conditions are conditions. I can make any conditions. Fang Yan said. Before the ninja entered the house, Xia Chen's words really touched Fang Yan a lot. He talked about calligraphy, tea ceremony, guixue, tradition, and education. In fact, it was also to instill the profound culture of Hua Xia to the students, so that these students could pass it on from generation to generation and carry it forward. Xia Chen was a star. She sang and acted, but she was also doing the same thing as Fang Yan. Moreover, her influence was far greater than that of Fang Yan. You agreed? Xia Chen asked in surprise. Sort of. Fang Yan said. It's just a scene. I don't think too many people will pay attention to it. This way, I'll solve my problem of becoming famous. Fang Yan, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Xia Chen said with a smile. She waved her hand and a taxi stopped beside her. Xia Ji opened the door and got in. When Fang Yan wanted to follow, the door of the taxi closed with a bang. Don't you need me to send you back? Fang Yan asked with a smile. I'm not that delicate. Xia Ji said with a smile. Go back and rest. There's no need to make another trip. Xia Chen waved at Fang Yan, and the taxi drove away. Fang Yan smiled and walked in the opposite direction. Under the moonlight, in the cold wind, a boy with a cold expression was practicing his swordsmanship. In the courtyard, there was an ancient locust tree. The boy stabbed his sword at the tree with the thick trunk. Paw! 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 One sword after another, Qinya Haowu had already stabbed out 1,226 times. The same posture, the same angle, and even the same strength. Every night, he would stab 3,000 times. This was the request of his father, the Qinya Ministry of War. The world found it strange. The Qinya family was famous for their saber, and Qinya Zhozhua had used the Beichen One blade to bring the Japanese saber technique to a height that the world paid attention to. However, his descendant, the Qinya Ministry of War, was good at using the sword. Everyone felt that there was something wrong with this person's head. If he didn't inherit such a good saber technique, why did he enter a field that he wasn't good at? While everyone was in doubt, the Qinya Ministry of War traveled to the 17 islands of the East Ocean with his sword, challenging the Yidong Sword House, the Kaga Shadala Sword, and the Itamoto Berserker sect. 3 battles, 3 victories, and 1 fell swoop to take the crown of the #1 swordsman in Japan. One had to know that the Yidong Sword House's master, Yidong Jun, was previously recognized as the #1 swordsman in Japan. The Qinya Ministry of War had defeated him, so he naturally inherited this title. From then on, all doubts disappeared. However, there were still many people who felt strange. Why? He used a sword. The saber depends on the strength, the sword is heavy and exquisite. The Qinya Ministry of War stood behind his son and watched. He carefully watched every thrust of Qinya Haomu's sword. Qinya Haomu thrust 1,226 times, and he also watched 1,226 times. Not a single strike was missed, as if each strike was an exquisite sword technique. Dressed in a white robe, his long hair was loose, and he stood ramrod straight. The gentle moonlight shone on his face, making his pale complexion look even whiter. There was a kind of divine light in his narrow eyes that made it hard for people to look up at him. Exquisite is born, but it also depends on hard training. 3,000 strikes a day, the same angle, the same speed, and the same strength. After 81 days, this move will become a part of your body. You don't have to think, and you don't have time to think. You just use this sword when you strike. Then I only know this one sword. Isn't one sword enough? The Qinya Ministry of War said with a smile. What kind of neck needs 2 slashes to break? Hua Xia has Taoism, and Taoists pay attention to the life of all things. However, the true great way of nature is that all things return to one. Wulong can see 18 changes in every strike you make, and Qing Yin can see 49 changes. I can see 3,910. Qinya Haomu's hand trembled, and the sword in his hand almost fell out. The godlike experts in his heart, Inoue Wulong and Qing Yin, were actually so far behind his father. In the past, I could see at least 9,000 changes. The Qinya Ministry of War's eyes were filled with infinite regret as he said, every additional strike is an illusion of a sword. Of these 3,910 strikes, 3,909 are illusions. When all these illusions disappear, the supreme sword path can be achieved. Qinya Haomu quickly gathered his thoughts, raised his sword again, and thrust forward. He said, Father, do you mean that the more Wulong and Qing Yin can see, the better, and the less you need to see, the better? No, the less they need to see, the better. It's best if they can only see one strike, the original one. Then Father. Qinya Haomu felt a little dizzy. It would have been fine if his father hadn't taught him, but why did he become more and more confused about what the essence of sword path was? All things in life. All things have not been born, so how can all things return to one? I understand, Chinya Haomu said seriously. A sword is a sword. It's the sword that you thrust out. It's the sword that kills. It's the sword of law. It's 1,000 changes, 1,000 miracles, but the essence won't change. The Chinya Ministry of War's voice was fascinated, and he said, "This is why I came to Huaxia." Father, why did you come to Huaxia? Chinya Haomu asked curiously. Wasn't his father here to avenge him? He wanted to beat up that little teacher named Fang Yan, and it would be best if he could cut his neck with a sword. If it wasn't for this reason, why would he immediately make the decision to move his family to China after he returned from a crushing defeat? To practice the sword. The Chinya Ministry of War spat out these two words clearly. Chapter 204. To some, there was no end to being despicable. To some, there was no end to swordsmanship. Chiba Hayaburo was the best swordsman in Japan. He was an expert that others could only look up to. However, he still had his own pursuits and goals. He was learning swordsmanship now. One day, he would be able to attain supreme swordsmanship. This was his life, the meaning of living. Chiba Haomu stopped his sword and turned to look at Chiba Hayaburo. His eyes were filled with admiration and doubt. Father, why did you come to Huaxia to practice your swordsmanship? A girl's voice came from behind. Chiba Kaori had just taken a shower. She was wearing a traditional Japanese kimono decorated with cherry blossoms. She wore wooden clogs on her feet, revealing her 10 cute toes. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were gentle, and she wore a charming smile on her face. She was a traditional Japanese woman. She was docile and humble, as if she would never disobey her husband. Chiba Hayaburo brought his children to Huaxia and arranged for them to go to their respective places. Chiba Kaori went to Rosefinch Secondary for an exchange program. Meanwhile, Chiba Haomu went to study swordsmanship under his personal guidance. The lives of the siblings were completely different. Chiba Hayaburo doted on Chiba Kaori. He looked at her and said, "Go dry your hair." Chiba Kaori did not reply. Instead, she said, "Father, you haven't answered my question." "Because I'm invincible in Japan," Chiba Hayaburo said. Sailing against the current, one will either advance or fall behind. Everyone knows this. However, you have to sail against the current in order to pursue swordsmanship. An opponent worthy of respect can shorten your comprehension time by 3 to 5 months. An opponent who can defeat you can raise your cultivation level by 3 to 5 years. Father, are you saying that you'll encounter an opponent in Huaxia? Chiba Kaori asked sensitively. Chiba Hayaburo walked up to Chiba Kaori and carefully combed his daughter's hair. He smiled warmly and said, "Even if you don't want to admit it, Huaxia has thousands of years of accumulation. However, China has thousands of years of history, and there are many reclusive heroes and experts. There should be opponents worthy of respect." Chiba Kaori tilted her head to look at her father's side profile and said, "Father, if you really meet an opponent worthy of respect, will you die?" Die? Commander Chiba of the army thought about it seriously and said, "Knowing the way in the morning, one can die in the evening." "No," Chiba Kaori said stubbornly, "I don't want you to die." "Then I won't die." Chiba nodded seriously, as if he was making a promise. "Then I'm going back to sleep, father," said Chiba Kaori with a charming smile. "We still have morning classes tomorrow." Then, he glanced at Chinya Haomu and said, "Little brother, you have to practice well." Chiba Hoseki nodded and continued to stab forward with full concentration. One sword after another. Caw! The courtyard door was pushed open. A man dressed in black walked in. He was short, thin, and his head was hidden in his hoodie, making it hard to see what he looked like. Seeing Chiba, who was standing in the yard, the man walked over, bowed, and said, "Master." "You're injured," Chiba Shinobu said. "Yes," the man answered honestly. No matter how good his disguise was, he couldn't deceive his master even if there was no blood on his face or body. "There's a fire in your throat. Ask your master's wife to prescribe you some medicine," Chiba Shinobu said. "Who can hurt you?" "Master, who can hurt you?" "Fong Yen," the man in black answered. Chiba Hoseki suddenly turned around and said, "Qin Yin, did you go to see Fong Yen?" Qin Yin was the eldest disciple of Chiba Shinobu. He was originally an IGA ninja. After failing to assassinate Chiba Shinobu, he was impressed by his swordsmanship, so he became his disciple and was willing to be his servant. Chiba Hoseki returned from Huaxia with serious injuries because he had a conflict with a teacher in Huaxia. After Qin Yin came to Huaxia, he immediately searched for information about Fong Yen and followed him all the way. He chose to make his move in a KTV box with limited space. "I heard that he defeated Chiba Hoseki. I want to test his strength. You want to help Chiba Hoseki take revenge?" "Master, please punish me." The man apologized in a low voice. Because the action of lowering his head was too big, it once again affected the injury on his chest. With a muffled groan, he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Chiba Shinobu glanced at him and asked, "What did he use to hurt you?" "His fist." "Did his fist touch you?" "No." Qin Yin replied. Chiba Shinobu walked in front of Chiba Hoseki and said, "You keep asking me when this swordsmanship will end." "Yes, father." Chiba Shinobu walked to the side of the locust tree, pointed to its solid trunk, and said, "Pierce it." "Father." Chiba Shinobu looked stunned. The blade was not allowed to touch the tree trunk, and it was just a stab through the air. How could the tree trunk be pierced? Dripping water can wear a stone, at least let the water drop on the stone, right? He can do it. Chiba Shinobu knew what Chiba Hoseki was thinking and said aloud, "Fong Yen." Chiba Hoseki gritted his teeth and asked, "Yes." "How strong is he?" Chiba Hoseki asked. "He's stronger than you think," Chiba Shinobu said. "He injured Chiba Hoseki and Qin Yin. This young man, I'm really looking forward to it." At the end of the 2 Chinese classes in the morning, Fong Yen walked back to the office with his textbook. Seeing that there was a gap in the middle of the page, Fong Yen opened the gap and found an exquisitely folded paper crane lying there. "Teacher Fong Yen, you're getting more and more handsome. I like you so much." It was still a row of beautiful handwriting, but it didn't belong to any of the students in the class. Because Fong Yen was good at calligraphy, he was able to memorize the handwriting of every student. As long as he saw the handwriting, he would know who wrote it. It was very accurate, and he never missed it. "Who is it?" Fong Yen was full of doubts. Fong Yen didn't mind being liked by others. Being liked was something to be happy and proud of, but he was worried that it would affect this girl's academic performance. His cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Fong Yen pressed the answer button. It turned out to be a call from Principal Zhang Xiaofeng himself. "What's the matter, Principal Zhang?" Fong Yen asked. "Teacher Fong Yen, are you in the office or outside?" Zhang Xiaofeng asked. "I just finished my class, Principal." "I'm in the office now," Fong Yen said. "Come to my office. I have something to discuss with you." "Okay, I'll be there." In the principal's office, Zhang Xiaofeng warmly invited Fong Yen to sit down and personally ran to make a cup of good tea for Fong Yen. Fong Yen smiled and held the teacup, saying, what are you doing, Principal Zhang? This kind of thing should be done by us subordinates. How can you let the old leader do it for us? Zhang Xiaofeng waved and said, there are two problems in your words, Fang Yan. Do you know what the two problems are? I really don't know about this. Fang Yan said with a smile. Principal, give me some advice. First, I'm not an old leader. The only one who can be called an old leader of Rosefinch is your grandfather, Mr. Liu. Who in the education field doesn't regard Mr. Liu as their life idol? Principal Zhang is too modest. You are also our old leader. Fang Yan said. Although he knew that Zhang Xiaofeng was trying to build a relationship with him, he was still very excited to hear someone praise his grandfather and regard his grandfather as his life idol. This was the principle of flattery being the best. Second, who made the rule that subordinates must make tea for their superiors? Can't the principal make a cup of tea for the teacher? Anyone could sit in the headmaster's position, but not everyone could do the job of a teacher well. Otherwise, how can there be a difference between a famous teacher and a mediocre teacher? Therefore, you teachers are the treasures of our school, the core strength of our Rosefinch. We old guys can't do anything else, but it's not a problem to do logistics for you, right? Principal is too modest. Fang Yan said with a smile. He thought that if it wasn't because Lu Chaoga bought Rosefinch, if it wasn't because he had a close relationship with Lu Chaoga, perhaps the treasures and core strength would still have to pour tea for the old leader. This was the hidden social class. Many people were unwilling to admit it, but it really existed. It lasted for thousands of years, and it would continue. Is Mr. Fang's work going well? Zhang Xiaofeng asked in a friendly voice. It's going well. Fang Yan said with a smile. I like my job as a teacher very much. You're a talent. I've been thinking about giving you more responsibilities. You're young, how can you not exercise more? However, Director Liu is very protective of you. She said that you just have to focus on the work at hand. Since she said that, how can I have any objections? This is also the principal's love for me. Fang Yan said, feeling even more puzzled. What does this old fox want from me? It's like this. Recently, there have been more and more students' parents looking for me, and my phone is getting busier and busier. Among them, there are many important people that I had difficulty meeting in the past. I thought that the older I get, the more charming I become. Zhang Xiaofeng finally got to the point and said self-deprecatingly, actually, they're looking for you. Looking for me? Fang Yan asked curiously. What a pitiful world of parents. Whether they're high-ranking officials or rich people, no matter what their parents' identities or how much wealth they have, in their hearts, their children's education is still the most important. They're looking for me for a common purpose, and that is to transfer their children to your class 9. Fang Yan didn't say anything, not because he was speechless, but because he was secretly happy. He felt that he had become a celebrity in Huaqing's education circle. In another 2 years, he should be about the same age as his grandfather, right? It's obviously impossible to transfer all of them to class 9, Zhang Xiaofeng said. Those with money and power can be transferred, but those without money and power can't be transferred. We can't do that. Yes. Fang Yan nodded firmly. We can't do that. We have to be fair and just. If we plant the seeds of unfairness in the hearts of the students on this matter, when the students enter society in the future, this seed may also take root and germinate and bear the consequences. That's what I'm thinking. Zhang Xiaofeng said with a smile, so, I'm here to ask for your help. What can I do? Fang Yan asked. Have a big class, Zhang Xiaofeng said. Give all the first-year students a language class. Chapter 205. A big class for the entire first year. Fong Yan asked in surprise. He was no stranger to the big class model. Moreover, this kind of teaching method was very common in universities. Find a large lecture hall and gather the students of several classes of the same grade together for a unified teaching. Save the professor's time and manpower costs. However, Rosefinch was a high school, not a university. Fong Yan was very clear about what a big class in a university was like. Free, unorganized, and the sign-in rate was extremely high, but the actual number of people was very small. Very few students were studying seriously. University paid more attention to cultivating students' self-discipline and divergent thinking. For example, whether to wake up at 10:00 or 11:00 in the morning, or whether to eat braised eggplant or casserole rice noodles for lunch, or whether to paste a note on the face of the two idiots from the next dormitory after winning landlord, or to make them shout XX I love you at the opposite dormitory building. Most of the XX were not good-looking internet celebrities. If the big class model was started in high school in advance and the students were suddenly released from a high-pressure state, would they still be able to focus on studying seriously? Yes. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded seriously. First, your Fong's teaching method has already shown initial results in Class 9, and even Class 1 has been surpassed by you. If you want to promote it to the whole school, the big class model is a very good choice. Just treat it as an early test. Second, we can completely kill the idea of the students' parents frequently moving around and the students' unstable minds wanting to jump from other classes to Class 9. The big class model treats everyone equally. What's there to jump from? If I give a big class to the entire grade, what about the other language teachers in the first year's Chinese team? Fong Yan asked aloud. Obviously, this was a job that would offend people. If Fong Yan gave a big class to all the first-year students, how could the other language teachers endure it? They are still the language teachers of each class. You have 4 big classes a week, and the rest of the time, the language teachers of each class will lead the students to study. There's not much change from before. It's like writing a novel, you make the outline of the story, and they lead the students to write according to the outline. I think the students might not be used to this kind of learning style. Mr. Fong, when you brought Class 9 students to the Bird River to learn poetry, all of us, with the exception of Chairman Lu Chaoga, felt that the students weren't used to that kind of learning method. Your actions were nonsense. However, it turns out that our horizons are still too shallow. You've succeeded. You've proven your worth. Zhang Xiaofeng, the old fox, was very persistent. Principal, our school doesn't have a classroom that can accommodate 400 to 500 people. Fong Yan said. There were 11 classes in the first grade, and if each class had 40 students, there would be at least 400 to 500 students. Although the Vermilion Bird High School was very wealthy, they had never thought of preparing a few lecture halls for the use of large classes. I've already thought about this question. We have a school auditorium that can accommodate more than 200 people. Divide the 11 classes of students into 2 halves and lead half of the students to each class. Principal, is this really appropriate? Fong Yan asked uncertainly. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Fong Yan with a determined gaze and said, Teacher Fong Yan, what are you worried about? If I'm not worried, what are you worried about? Whether it's appropriate or not, won't you know after you try? I believe you can succeed. Moreover, if you succeed, you'll become the number 1 person in the entire flower world. If the results aren't obvious, we can just cancel the classes. There won't be too much of a loss. Am I right? When are the classes scheduled? Fong Yan asked. Oh, I've already prepared them for you. The 4 classes are scheduled on Monday and Friday during the night self-study period. After all, we can't delay the regular classes in the day. Principal. Fong Yan's eyes widened. Wasn't this asking him to work overtime? You just said that Chairman Liu hopes that I just do my job well. I can't arrange too many tasks. Yes. That's what I said. However, Director Liu also told me to actively cooperate with you in promoting the Fong family's teaching method. You see, Director Liu is really biased towards you. She didn't call this teaching method the Rosefinch teaching method, but she gave all the credit to you. Teacher Fong Yan, shouldn't you do more work to repay Chairman Liu's love for you? Zhang Xiaofeng took a sip of tea and said with a smile, Mr. Fong, we'll give you a suitable tuition fee. Principal Zhang, I'm not a teacher for money. I simply like to be with students. The warm afternoon sun and the wind blew through the rows of thick white poplars. The branches and leaves swayed, and one or two leaves left their mother's body and danced in the air. They might be afraid, but they obtained freedom, the sky, and the ocean. The campus was filled with laughter. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Some people were playing football on the field, and some people were singing in the woods. This kind of time was quiet and beautiful, and it made people in high spirits. This kind of life will soon not belong to us. Jiang Qin sighed. There was regret and reluctance on his face. But we will have a more exciting life. Yuan Lin said. Everyone will leave. But we will leave early. Have you thought about it? We are number 26 middle school, and our studies are not the best in the school. To be frank, we don't like to study at all. Although I promised Mr. Fong that we will take the Rosefinch High School exam and enter his class. But, can we really do it? How many middle schools are there in this city? How many students are there in these dozens of middle schools? How many students are better than us in school? Even if we pass the Rosefinch exam, so what? We will compete with more and better students. We will study Chinese, mathematics, history, English, and we will study courses we don't like and may not need at all. After graduating from high school, we will enter the university. What will we do after graduation? Have you thought about it? What are you going to do after graduation? Jiang Qin looked at Yuan Lin in surprise and said, Yuan Xiaolin, aren't you thinking too far away? It is very far away. There is 1 year left for the high school entrance exam, 3 years in high school, and 4 years in the university. There are at least 8 years to waste. If it was before, of course, we don't have to think about what will happen after 9 years. We can go to class, skip classes, go shopping, or sing songs as before. How good is it? But now, there is a great opportunity in front of us, and we have to think about it. I like singing, and so do you. We will learn vocal music, to learn the zither, flute, Yangqin. Do you remember? Last time when we walked to the entrance of the Fuhao building, you saw a Yangqin teacher recruiting students. You said you want to learn, but the fees are too high. If Xia Tian is willing to help, we will become the best talents in this field. Isn't that good? Why can't we seize this opportunity? Jiang Qin looked at Yuan Lin and said, I have always felt strange. Your family is so good, why do you want to be a star? Even if I can't read Rosefinch, you can find a way to get in. Even if I can't find a job after graduation, you don't have to worry about such a problem. Why do you want to be a star? Because I want to be a different person. Yuan Lin said with a smile. My father is a businessman, and my mother is also a businessman. So, I want to be a different person from them. He was different from many other people in this world. When Americans mention Hua Xia Kung Fu, they will think of Bruce Lee. When they mention the zither, they will think of Yuan Lin. Isn't this something to be proud of and worth sacrificing for? Jiang Qin laughed and said, It seems that you have made up your mind. I just don't know if you can convince your parents. Definitely. Yuan Lin said firmly. At this moment, someone shouted, "Be careful." Paw! A football flew over and hit Jiang Qin's chest. Jiang Qin cried out in pain and retreated. He was almost knocked to the ground by the football. A boy quickly ran over and looked at Jiang Qin in panic. He said, "Classmate, are you okay? Classmate, did I hurt you?" Jiang Qin covered his chest and couldn't speak. Yuan Lin stood up for her friend and shouted, "Hey, how do you play football? The goal is so big, and you deliberately kicked it. Are you crazy?" I'm sorry. The boy apologized desperately. "I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I'll take her to the infirmary." Yuan Lin looked at Jiang Qin and said, "Do you want to go and have a look?" Jiang Qin shook his head and said, "No need." The boy was anxious and said, "Classmate, you'd better go and have a look. What if she's hurt somewhere? I'll accompany you to have a look." "No need." Jiang Qin glanced at the boy and said, "Then I'll write down your phone number. Give me your number. I'll keep in touch with you at any time. If there's any problem, I'll come immediately. Is that okay?" The boy looked at Jiang Qin with anticipation. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were extremely sensitive and looked up at the boy at the same time. The boy was very delicate with thin cheeks and long eyelashes. He was clean and gentle with the shyness that a student should have on his face. He wore a snow-white shirt, black pants, and a pair of white Converse canvas shoes on his feet. Seeing the two girls' scrutinizing eyes, the boy's face suddenly turned red. I just want, sorry." Jiang Qin interrupted him and said, "There's really no need." The boy's face was gloomy. He nodded and said, "I'm sorry, Before finishing his words, he turned and ran away quickly. "Kai Lian from Class 7, he likes you," Yuan Lin said. Jiang Qin looked up at the clouds in the sky and sighed softly in his heart. "You're wearing the white shirt that I like, but I can only say sorry." Chapter 206. Ever since Xing Guodong left Rosefinch, Fang Yan's life had been much better. Lu Chaoga's acquisition of Rosefinch Secondary was no secret among the school's higher-ups and teachers. The scandal between Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga was even more widely spread by busybodies. "I saw it with my own eyes. The two of them kissed in the field. Come. I'll give you an idiom. A young teacher flirting with a female leader. What's the mystery?" That's right, reaching the sky in a single bound. This kind of gigolo is really useless. "I won't sell my body and personality. Teacher Zhao, do you have a body and personality to sell?" "I think Mr. Fang is very good. He's young, handsome, and knows Tai Chi. Look at what teacher Fang Yan has brought Class 9 to. His language scores have surpassed Class 1. Can an ordinary person do that?" When Chen Dehai walked into the office, he heard his colleagues talking about Fang Yan's various scandals. He said this angrily. "Team leader Chen." Teacher Zhao Mingliang of the first-year mathematics team looked at Chen Dehai with confusion. Didn't their team leader Chen hate Fang Yan? Even if he couldn't do anything to Fang Yan on the surface, it shouldn't be a problem to say a few bad things behind his back, right? Chen Dehai looked at Zhao Mingliang angrily and said, "Let's not talk about the fact that the scandal between Mr. Fang and Director Lu is groundless. Even if it's true. One of them is unmarried, and the other is unmarried. Why can't they be in a relationship? They are teachers. It's not like they haven't reached the legal age yet." "Yes. Team leader Chen is right." Zhao Mingliang apologized again and again. Chen Dehai looked around the office and said, when teacher Fang Yan first came, I had some misunderstandings about him. That was because I saw that he was too young. I was worried that his ability wasn't enough and would delay the student's studies. Now Mr. Fang has proven his ability with his results. What else do we have to worry about? Therefore, I am very respectful towards teachers with genuine talent. I hope everyone can respect teacher Fang Yan. Yes, Leader Chin. I also think that teacher Fang Yan is not bad, that's a talent. Who would have thought that Class 9 would be able to surpass Class 1? I can't believe it. Chen Dehai was satisfied when he saw that everyone had changed their attitude. He said, go back to your own business. I still have things to do. Chen Dehai walked to Li Mingqiang's office door, knocked on the door, and asked, is Director Li here? Li Mingqiang opened the office door and smilingly said, Old Chen, you still want to play this trick with me? If there was anything, he could just push open the door and come in. Was there even a need to knock? Come, sit down and have some tea. Friendship is friendship. I can't let others think that I, Chen Dehai, have no respect, right? Chen Dehai said with a smile. I know Director Li has good tea here, so I came over for a cup of tea. After making a cup of tea for Chen Dehai, Li Mingqiang said with a smile, Old Chen, if there's anything, just say it. How many years have we known each other? Chen Dehai sighed and said, Old Li, to tell you the truth. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy in my heart. What made you feel uneasy? Li Mingqiang asked. You also know that when Director Zheng was here, we were close to him. We followed his lead in many things. It was precisely because of this that I and teacher Fang Yan didn't get along very well. The two of us quarreled a lot. Now that Director Zheng is gone, Lu Chaoge bought the school. I also heard that Fang Yan and Director Lu have a close relationship. My heart began to feel uneasy. You say, I treated him like that, and tried to drive him away several times. How could Fang Yan not bear a grudge against me? I don't think Mr. Fang is the kind of person who holds a grudge. Li Mingqiang said with a smile. Don't judge Mr. Fang by his age, but his heart is not small. He's a young man that I've rarely seen in my life. He's a hero among men. Chen Dehai smiled bitterly in his heart. When he had a conflict with Fang Yan, you said that this kid was too young and impetuous to become a great person. Now, he's a hero among men with a big heart. Director Li, I want to ask you for a favor. Chen Dehai said the purpose of this trip. Old Chen, what can I help with? Don't hesitate to ask. Li Ziqiang said straightforwardly. I want to invite Mr. Fang for a meal. Can Director Li help mediate in the middle? Chen Dehai said with a smile. If I invite him, he definitely won't give me face. But if Director Li invites him, the effect will be different. Li Mingqiang thought about it and said, okay. I'll call Mr. Fang. I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. Thank you, Director Li, Chen Dehai said gratefully. It's good to be an old friend. He can help you at the critical moment. Why do you say this? Li Mingqiang pointed to the door and said, Deputy Director Zhu Jian seems to be in the office. Do you have nothing to do and talk to him? Chen Dehai understood and said, okay. Then I'll go talk to Director Zhu. I won't bother Director Li. Li Mingqiang waved and said, I'll call you when I get the confirmation. After sending Chen Dehai away, Li Mingqiang secretly thought that there must be many teachers like Chen Dehai. Although Fang Yan was just a language teacher, in the entire Rosefinch Secondary, when it came to power and influence, he was probably ranked first or second. Who asked him to be the spokesperson of Director Lu? Fortunately, I turned the rudder fast. Li Mingqiang thought with great satisfaction. Li Mingqiang called to invite him for a meal. Fang Yan hesitated a little and then agreed. Li Mingqiang was the first batch of the school's top management to lean towards Lu Chaoge. Now that Lu Chaoge had left, Fang Yan became Lu Chaoge's spokesperson in the school. There were many things that needed Li Mingqiang and the others to do. Besides, Li Mingqiang had been trying hard to get close to him. If he didn't respond at all, it would make Li Mingqiang's heart turn cold, and others who wanted to get close to him would stop. During the call, Li Mingqiang vaguely mentioned that he would bring Chen Dahai to the dinner. Fang Yan immediately understood the meaning of this treat. This was not Li Mingqiang's treat, but Chen Dahai wanted to apologize to him. There was no class in the afternoon, so Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohen told them to go to the school cafeteria to eat by themselves. After that, he changed his clothes and walked towards the school gate. Baldy was on duty. When he saw Fang Yan greeting him warmly, he shouted, "Mr. Fang, are you going out?" "Out." Fang Yan waved his hand. "I haven't seen any girls coming to school to see you in the past 2 days." Baldy said fawningly. "If there were, I would let them in." As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he saw Zhang Chen walking towards the school. When Zhang Chen saw Fang Yan, he quickly greeted him and asked with a smile, "Master, are you going out?" "There's a dinner party." Fang Yan said. "Zhang Chen, how many times have I said that we are of the same generation? Where are you going?" "I just finished class, and I want to cook for Master." Zhang Chen smiled honestly and said, "If Master is not at home, then I will go to make a bowl of noodles with gravy for heroes and warriors. They like to eat this." Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "Then go." Fang Yan stood on the side of the road and was about to stop a taxi to leave. A black Mercedes-Benz rushed towards where he was standing. Fang Yan quickly jumped away, and the Mercedes-Benz rushed towards Zhang Chen behind him. Zhang Chen also quickly dodged to the side, and the Mercedes-Benz suddenly braked and stopped. Clang! The door opened, and a young man with a crew cut pushed the door open and got out of the car. There was a cigarette in his hand. After taking a puff, he looked at Zhang Chen with a smile and scolded, "Zhang Chen, you are not dead yet." "Changping, what are you doing?" Zhang Chen stared at the crew cut with a malicious face and asked. "What am I doing?" The crew cut stared at Zhang Chen viciously and scolded, "I came to ask you what you want. Why did you contact my wife for no reason? What? Do you want to rekindle your old love? Or do you think that since you have nothing to do, you might as well come out and have sex?" "Changping, don't slander me." Zhang Chen shouted angrily. "I slander you." The crew cut was also angry. He took out a stack of paper from his pocket and threw it over. He said angrily, "I even found out your call records. Do you dare to say that the number ending with 7878 is not yours, you bastard? We are not what you think." Zhang Chen's momentum was reduced. "Not what I think." The crew cut sneered. He turned around and ran to the side of the car, opened the back door, and dragged out a woman from inside. He said, "So what if it is not what I think? This bitch has admitted that she is in contact with you. Do you still want to deny it? Zhang Chen, you dare to make me a cuckold? Do you believe that I will kill you?" The woman was tall and sweet, but her eyes were purple and red, and there were many bruises on her face. Obviously, after her and Zhang Chen's call records were found, the husband and wife should have had some fierce physical conflict. "Changping, I told you that this matter has nothing to do with Zhang Chen. We were just chatting, nothing happened." The woman explained with red eyes. Slap. Changping slapped the woman's face and scolded angrily, "You stinking bitch, even now you are still speaking for him. Do you dare to say that there is no adultery between you two? Do you believe that I will beat you to death here?" Zhangchen rushed toward Chongping and shouted, "Chongping, if you have anything to say, come at me. What's the big deal about bullying a woman?" Chongping looked Zhangchen up and down and said with a smile, "Come at you? Oh, I almost forgot. You are Hua City's MMA champion, my master back then. How can I attack my master?" Fang Yan looked at Chongping and said, "We are not relatives or friends, this is purely the first time we have met. You came to attack me." Chongping glanced at Fang Yan and scolded, "Where did you come from, idiot? Do you have the right to speak here? You want to stand up for your master? You don't have such a deep cultivation. Get lost. Go back to where you came from." Fang Yan's body moved, and he appeared in front of Chongping. He grabbed him by the neck and slammed him against the hood of the Mercedes-Benz. Clang! There was a muffled sound, and a huge hole was smashed into the hood of the Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 207. Caught off guard, Chongping was grabbed by Fang Yan, and his head was slammed against the Mercedes-Benz, making him dizzy. He mistakenly thought that Fang Yan was Zhang Chen's disciple, and that he had attacked him to please Zhang Chen. His heart burned with anger, and he roared angrily, "You bastard, how dare you hit me?" He had also learned mixed martial arts for a few years, and he felt that his skills were good. He twisted his body, trying to turn around and fight back. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, his neck was still in Fang Yan's hands. Fang Yan's grip was not tight, but it was like a magnet, firmly sucking his neck, making it impossible for him to break free. Fang Yan did not let go of his neck, and after hearing his curses, he pressed his head down again and slammed it against the hood of the Mercedes-Benz. Clang! I've already remembered you, I'll remember your face. Do you know who I am? I'll kill you. I'll kill your whole family. Clang! You bastard, let me go if you dare, I'll fight you one-on-one, I want to fight you one-on-one. Clang, clang, clang. After 6 or 7 consecutive hits, Fang Yan finally let go. Chongping's body collapsed softly on the car, his forehead dripping with blood, looking like a bloody mess. The hard hood of the Mercedes-Benz was dented, showing how fierce and heavy the impact just now was. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked speechless. This handsome and gentle man, how could he be so crazy and violent? Fang Yan stared coldly at Chongping and said, "I don't know who you are, and I don't care who you are. What I want to tell you is that this is the school gate, and it's school time. You're a hooligan, driving a broken Mercedes-Benz and driving around. If you hit any student, 100 people like you who can't even take care of themselves will not be enough to pay for it." Fang Yan was really angry. He didn't care what grudge this crew cut had with Zhang Chen, nor did he care if Zhang Chen had made Chongping a cuckold. If you want to reason with him, then do it properly. If you really want to, then arrange a place to beat up Zhang Chen. But why did you hit me with your car? I didn't offend anyone. I was just waiting for a taxi by the roadside. Why did you hit me with your car? Although it had been a while since school ended, and it was not the peak time for students to leave school, there were still students coming out of the school in 2s and 3s and standing by the roadside waiting for the bus. Not far from Zhang Chen, there were 2 female students standing there holding hands and laughing. They were also pointing at Fang Yan. They might be teacher Fang Yan's female fans. What if Chongping didn't brake in time or lost control of the car and hit the students? Slow down for the school section. This was common sense that all drivers understood. Even if he didn't understand, there were obvious signs hanging on the roadside. But just how fast had Chongping been rushing over just now? Because of your mistakes, other families have to suffer because of it. Why? Men like to show off, but if the occasion was not right, they would become fools. Men like to show off, but if the target was not right, it would become cruel. Chongping was undoubtedly a fool who failed to show off, so he had to accept a cruel blow. You ask me if I know who you are. Why should I know where you came from, you little tramp? Do you think you're a Lu Dehua, and everyone in the world knows you? Do you know who I am? I am a teacher, one of the best language teachers in Rosefinch Secondary. If you had killed me just now, do you know what kind of loss it would have brought to Rosefinch? What kind of loss would it have brought to the whole of Huaxia? Chongping struggled to open his eyes and asked, what kind of loss? Fang Yan kicked his knee and scolded, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I hate idiots who think they are the best in the world just because they have a little money. Fang Yan said with a face full of contempt, I have billions in my bank account. Do you think I will tell everyone I meet? After saying this, Fang Yan suddenly felt a burst of comfort in his heart. It turned out that having a lot of money in the card but not being able to tell others was really hard to bear. Wasn't it the cruelest thing in the world to wear luxurious clothes and walk at night? Who are you? I am Fang Yan. The square in square, the Yen and the descendants of Yen and Huang. The descendants of Yen and Huang should be upright. Don't think about retaliating against me. If I can't fight you alone, I will beat you up. Fang Yan stared at Chongping vigilantly and said threateningly, if you dare to find a group to beat me up even once, I will fight you alone once a day. Fang Yan glanced at Zhang Chen and said, I'm sorry to have delayed your time. I'm done with my business. It's your turn. After that, he turned around and walked toward the bus stop not far away. It was the time for taxis to change shifts, so it was not easy to stop a taxi. Pfft. Chongping spat out a mouthful of saliva as he watched Fang Yan leave. You still have the face to say that you have billions in your bank account, master. Zhang Chen chased after him and wanted to explain. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, take care of your own business. Several girls chased after him and shouted sweetly, Mr. Fang, can you give me an autograph? I am just an ordinary language teacher. Don't treat me like a star. Where do you want to sign? When Fang Yan pushed the door open and walked into the box, Li Mingqiang, Zhu Jian, and Chen Dehai had been waiting for a long time. Among the people present, Fang Yan's rank was the lowest. However, Lu Chaoge bluntly said that Fang Yan was her spokesperson in the school when she left. Even Principal Zhang Xiaofeng had to give him face. Therefore, Fang Yan became the most powerful person in the school. There was also a person who should not have appeared here, which made Fang Yan's heart have an irrepressible anger. When Chen Tao saw Fang Yan come in, he hurriedly greeted him and respectfully shouted, Mr. Fang, you are here. Fang Yan patted Chen Tao's shoulder and took him into the room. After Li Mingqiang and Fang Yan shook hands, he said with a smile, Mr. Fang is here. Can we start the banquet? Start the banquet. Start the banquet. Chen Dehai said with a smile. The important guests are all here. Naturally, we should start the banquet. Aren't we here to eat? Chen Dehai's level of speech was very high. The sentence, the important guests are all here, highlighted the prominent position of Fang Yan. He said that he was an important guest, but he would not ignore the feelings of Li Mingqiang and Zhu Jian. He was quite a smooth person. Li Mingqiang, Zhu Jian, and Chen Dehai pushed Fang Yan to sit at the head of the table. Fang Yan did not respond. He said that Li Mingqiang was the leader, and according to age, he was the big brother of everyone present, so he pushed him up. The wine was good, and the dishes were also good. Chen Dehai shouted at his son and shouted, Chen Tao, you don't need to sit at the table. Stand behind Mr. Fang and pour wine for Mr. Fang. You are Mr. Fang's student. This matter has to be done by you. Chen Tao quickly stood up and ran behind Fang Yan. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, sit down and eat. There are too many etiquettes, and eating is tiring. Mr. Fong, this is the old rule. What is the saying again? A teacher for a day is a father for life. A teacher is a father. Chen Tao is your student, and also your son. Isn't it natural for a son to pour a glass of wine for his father? Chen Dahai insisted. Fong Yan did not insist. Li Mingqiang took the lead to raise his glass and said, "Come, it's rare for us to get together. Let's have a drink today." Fong Yan raised his glass and clinked glasses with them, and then lowered his head to eat. Li Mingqiang winked at Chen Dahai. Chen Dahai nodded and quickly walked to Fong Yan with his glass, and said with a smile, "Mr. Fong, when you first came to Rosefinch, I didn't know you very well, so there were a lot of misunderstandings and conflicts between us. Of course, this is mainly my fault. Blame me, blame me. This glass of wine is for you. I hope you can be magnanimous and forget all the things in the past. Is that okay?" After Chen Dahai finished, he raised his neck and drank all the white wine in the glass. Fong Yan lowered his head to eat, as if he didn't hear Chen Dahai's words and didn't see Chen Dahai's toast. Chen Dahai's face suddenly turned purple. Fong Yan didn't give him face. He knew that today, he must untie the knot in Fong Yan's heart. The longer it dragged, the worse it would be. So, he poured himself another glass of white wine and said aloud again, "Mr. Fong, I know you have grievances and resentment in your heart. This is a matter of course. From now on, you can watch my performance." After that, Chen Dahai raised his head again and drank the glass of white wine in his neck. Fong Yan's chopsticks in his hand stopped. He looked up at Chen Dahai and didn't say anything. Chen Dahai let Chen Tao fill the glass in his hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Fong, I toast you again." Chen Tao was anxious. He ran in front of Fong Yan and cried, "Mr. Fong, my dad knows he's wrong. He knows he's wrong, please forgive him this time. Mr. Fong, I beg you. My dad can't hold his liquor well, he really can't drink anymore." Plop. Chen Tao knelt in front of Fong Yan and pleaded with tears on his face. Li Mingqiang also persuaded and said, "Yes, old Chen was confused for a moment. So he did something wrong. Mr. Fong, can you forgive him this time? Didn't old Chen say it? Let's see his performance in the future, okay?" Zhu Jian opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He and Fong Yan hadn't been in contact for a long time, but he knew that this person was terribly stubborn. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. Fong Yan expressionlessly glanced at the crowd, and finally his eyes stopped on Chen Dahai's face. He said firmly, "I won't forgive." Chapter 208. Everyone looked at Fong Yan in astonishment. They didn't understand why he hated Chen Dahai so much. He didn't want to give up so easily. "I know it must be difficult for you to understand my thoughts," Fong Yan said, looking at Li Mingqiang and Zhu Jian. Director Chen was the mediator, and Zhu Jian was the support. Chen Dahai's attitude was sincere, and he drank a few glasses of white wine to apologize. Moreover, he didn't give face to his father in front of a student. It must have left a deep shadow in his heart. He must have a deep grudge against me. According to normal people's thinking, I should look at the big picture and make the big things small. I should let go of the past and pretend that nothing happened. Then we can eat and drink together. It's a perfect meeting. Even if it's just a superficial disguise, I should still do it. But I can't forgive you, Fong Yan said. To be honest, when I first came to Rosefinch, not only did I have conflicts with Teacher Chin, but I also had conflicts with Director Li. Li Mingqiang looked embarrassed and said, "Yes, at that time, we didn't know each other very well, so," Li Mingqiang secretly regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to let Chin Dahai get involved in this matter. Although he was now on Lu Chaoga's side, he had, after all, offended Fang Yan. The other party wasn't a guy who liked to play by the rules. Breaking the thin layer of protection in front of everyone was undoubtedly a hard slap in his face. Fang Yan waved his hand, indicating that Li Mingqiang didn't need to explain. He said, Director Li and I should belong to the faction struggle. Director Li is Director Zhang's man, and I am Director Lu's man. Director Zhang's son has a problem with me, and Director Zhang also has a problem with me. I can completely understand you trying to kick me out of the school. Teacher Chen also tried to kick me out of the school. I can also accept this. You don't like someone, and you want to see what the eye doesn't see. I don't find it strange at all. Because I didn't like you at that time, and I also hoped that you would suddenly make a mistake and get fired. Director Li wants to kick me out, and so does Professor Chin. However, I have forgiven Director Li Mingqiang. Why am I not willing to forgive Teacher Chin? Fang Yan looked at Chin Dahai and said. Because I think your methods are too dirty. Teacher Chin, do you still remember what happened at the Sparrow Bridge that night? Chen Tao, Li Yang, and Jing Guodong made a female student pretend that she was being bullied, and then lured me into taking the bait. To be honest, this matter is too dark. Even now, when I think about it, I still feel a chill in my heart and soul, and it's hard to quell my anger. Chen Dahai's lips trembled, but no words came out. Fang Yan was too smart. Extra explanations would only make people feel more disgusted. What kind of hatred do we have between us? Why would you set me up like this? If I wasn't me, if it were any other teacher, if I were Zhu Jian. Hearing Fang Yan mention the past, Zhu Jian's expression was also extremely ugly. How could he not be angry? How could he not hate them? No one knew better than him what kind of consequences it was, and no one understood better than him what kind of feeling it was. Anger, hatred, destruction, despair, and having nothing left. If Fang Yan wasn't Fang Yan, if Fang Yan had been successfully set up like him, then, at this moment, would Fang Yan still be sitting here eating and chatting with them? Because he had experienced that kind of thing, because he had suffered the consequences of that matter, because those few years were worse than death, because his family was broken up, Zhu Jian's heart was filled with hatred. He hated Jing Guodong, Li Yang, and Chen Tao. He hated Chen Dahai, Li Mingqiang, and Jing Tiancheng. He hated all the B** stars who participated in this matter and ruined his reputation. However, he knew that his ability was limited, and his strength was weak. Even if he had hatred, he could only suppress it in the bottom of his heart. Because he still had to work, because he still had to eat. He drank and chatted with them, and he called them brothers. He told himself that a man should be flexible, and everything was for the sake of survival. However, Fang Yan chose a more extreme and direct way to deal with it. He didn't feel wronged, he didn't pretend to be polite, and he would never forgive. Mr. Fang, this matter was done by us, and it has nothing to do with my father. Chen Tao explained aloud. Chen Tao, you don't have to explain, Fang Yan interrupted Chen Tao's words and said, there are some things that everyone knows. It doesn't make sense for you to want to put all the blame on yourself. Teacher is not as stupid as you think. Have you thought about it? If you had succeeded in that incident, what would have happened to me? My reputation would be ruined, and I would have nothing left. No matter where I went, I would be ridiculed and pointed at my back. This approach was tantamount to completely destroying a person's life. There would be no more hope. Jing Guodong got the punishment he deserved. Chen Tao and Li Yang performed well later, and the most important thing is that you are just an immature child. I am very angry that you did this kind of thing, but I am willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Teacher Chen, you have decades of work experience, and you are mature and quick-witted. You planned this kind of thing behind the scenes. Have you thought about the nature of this? Chen Dahai's face was ashen, and the hand holding the wine glass was trembling. The wine kept spilling out, and his mood at this time was extremely unstable. Fang Yan's voice was like a pair of scissors, a sharp sword, cutting open wounds on his skin and flesh, and then he used a sharp arrow to cut open his flesh from those wounds, peeling off the whole skin from the body. He was like a skinned clown, standing naked and dripping with blood in front of Fang Yan, standing in front of everyone. Teacher Chen, at that time, you were more powerful. You had connections and backing, so when you made your move, you were unscrupulous and did everything you could. Yes, now that I have some advantage, you are worried that I will retaliate, so you invited me to dinner, and you apologized to me. If you once again have the upper hand, or if I accept your apology, I will become another Jing Tianchang standing behind you. If there are other teachers who have offended you, what kind of method will you use to deal with them? That kind of evil thing, or something even dirtier than that, will happen again. Teacher Chen, tell me, should I forgive you? Fang Yan dragged Chen Tao up from the ground, and said, in the future, don't involve children in adult matters. The muscles on Li Mingqiang's face twitched again. At that time when Chen Dahai wanted to bring Chen Tao out, he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate. What's the use of letting children get involved in adult matters? But Chen Dahai said that Chen Tao was Fang Yan's student, and letting him follow to serve tea and toast was what he should do. Li Mingqiang thought that if Fang Yan valued friendship, seeing that Chen Tao was his student, he would have a better impression of Chen Dahai. Unexpectedly, it backfired. Not only did Fang Yan not see the face of Chen Tao being Chen Dahai's son, but he was even more displeased with Chen Dahai for playing his own son card. Chen Dahai, why are you so unlucky? Fang Yan walked in front, and Chen Tao followed behind Fang Yan with his head down. The teacher and the teacher slowly walked in the direction of the school. Do you hate me? Fang Yan asked. No. Chen Tao said. Do you hate your father? Don't hate him either. Fang Yan said, because he is your father. Mr. Fang, I don't know if I should hate him or not. I understand the reason you said, and I can understand the words you said. I know what you said is right. I am angry at my father, and angry at myself. But I don't know what to do. When he begged you for your forgiveness, I felt that my father was very pitiful. This world is like this. We pay attention to the law of the jungle, and we also pay attention to karma. The strong eat the weak, and what you sow will reap what you sow. The reason why your father is pitiful is that he was too unscrupulous before. Everyone should be punished for doing something wrong. If I forgive him this time, then he feels that the cost of the crime is nothing. At most, he will apologize again and be forgiven again. What kind of path will he eventually take? What about those who were framed by him? I can't forgive him, and I don't dare to forgive him. Because I am worried that I will be hurt by such a person again, and I am also worried that another me will be framed by such a person. Fang Yan stopped and turned to look at Chen Tao, saying, You are my student. So there is a sentence I want to give you. I don't ask you to be a righteous and brave person, but at least, please be a sunny and kind person. I don't believe in God, but I believe that if you do too many bad things, you will meet someone who can fix you. Chen Tao nodded seriously and said, Mr. Fang, I understand. I know I was wrong. I will not let you down in the future. Fang Yan patted Chen Tao's shoulder and said, also, don't easily kneel in the future. Kneel to the sky, kneel to the earth, kneel to your parents, kneel to your teacher. Teacher, this is not shameful, Chen Tao said. Fang Yan's expression was stunned, and he said, this flattery really hit my heart. Good job, keep it up. The master and disciple looked at each other and laughed. When Feng Yan opened the door and entered the house, he found that there were guests in the house. Zhang Chen and the woman were sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting. Seeing Feng Yan come back, the two quickly stood up to greet him, their faces full of uneasiness. Chapter 209. Feng Yan waved his hand and said, "Those who come are guests, sit down and talk." Zhang Chen didn't sit. He stood in front of Feng Yan with a face full of guilt and said, "Master, I didn't think something like this would happen, and I even dragged you into it. I promise you, nothing happened between me and Sun Li. We are innocent, I swear to you on my honor and reputation." Feng Yan looked at the two of them and said, "Then tell me, what's going on?" Feng Yan was willing to give him a chance to explain. This made Zhang Chen very happy. He was determined to become Feng Yan's disciple. If the incident with Changping caused Feng Yan to misunderstand his character, then his path to becoming Feng Yan's disciple would be completely blocked. However, when it came to explaining the past, Zhang Chen's expression was full of sorrow and he couldn't speak for a long time. How could he pick up the grains that had rotted in the mud one by one? Sun Li sighed and said, "Let me explain." Zhang Chen loved martial arts since he was a child, and he learned Kung Fu from Sun Rulong, a martial arts master in Huaqing. Sun Rulong was very fond of Zhang Chen's talent and thought highly of him. He taught him everything he knew. Zhang Chen gradually became famous in Huaqing's mixed martial arts world, and he quickly became the symbol of the Rulong martial arts school with Sun Rulong as its master. Sun Rulong had a son and a daughter. His son, Sun Chang, avoided martial arts like a scorpion, while his daughter, Sun Li, loved martial arts as much as her life. Sun Li's Kung Fu wasn't good, but she had a good impression of Zhang Chen, who was highly skilled in martial arts. The two of them gradually became an enviable couple. Later, Sun Rulong became old and weak and couldn't teach any disciples, so he handed the Rulong martial arts school to his most valued disciple, Zhang Chen. When Zhang Chen opened his dojo to accept disciples, Changping was one of the first disciples to become a disciple of Zhang Chen. When Changping first arrived, he was very low-key. He was diligent, eager to learn, and devoted to martial arts. He was extremely respectful to his master, Zhang Chen, and was generous to his fellow disciples and his master's wife, Sun Li. He won everyone's favor, including Zhang Chen and Sun Li, who liked Changping very much at that time. Even the teacher Gong Sun Rulong, who no longer cared about the affairs of the martial arts club, was sent to the United States, France, England, Germany, and other countries at Changping's expense. The itinerary was meticulous and thoughtful, and Gong Sun Rulong was full of praise for this disciple of his. What he didn't expect was that Changping had long coveted Sun Li's beauty and graceful figure. When Zhang Chen represented the Rulong Martial Arts School in Thailand to participate in a national mixed martial arts competition, Changping invited Sun Li to the martial arts school under the guise of asking his master's wife for some pointers. Sun Li was so angry that she told her father, Sun Rulong. Sun Rulong was worried that the family's dirty linen would be exposed. Changping knelt in front of him and sincerely apologized, saying that he did it because he liked Sun Li from the bottom of his heart. He was willing to marry Sun Li and love her for the rest of his life. He wouldn't let her suffer even the slightest bit. Besides, Sun Li and Changping were already husband and wife. If Zhang Chen found out about this, it would be difficult for the two of them to be together again. It was better for Sun Li and Changping to be a happy couple. Sun Li's brother, Sun Chang, was even more direct. After accepting a luxurious villa from Changping, he told Sun Li that he would recognize Changping as his brother-in-law. Moreover, since Sun Li and Changping had already slept together, Sun Chang was already his brother-in-law. When Zhang Chen returned home after his victory, he found that everything around him had changed. His beloved girlfriend was engaged to his most valued disciple, and he, the person involved, was not informed by anyone. He was so angry that he wanted to destroy the world. One night, when Changping was sending Sunli home, Zhang Qin blocked his way and beat him up, almost beating him to death in the dojo. Sunli was worried that Zhang Qin would kill someone and cause trouble, so she knocked him out with a spear from behind. From then on, Zhang Qin was depressed and distanced himself from the glory of Hua City's mixed martial arts world, becoming an unknown martial arts teacher. Changping's beating by Zhang Qin was not without repercussions. Because Sunli was molested by Changping, Zhang Qin ruthlessly kicked Changping's penis a few times. From then on, Changping developed a phobia of erectile dysfunction in front of women. Until now, they had not given birth to any children. Changping did not reflect on himself and pushed all the blame onto Sunli. He beat and scolded her, and Sunli's life was miserable. After Zhang Qin heard about Sunli's life, he went to talk to Changping again. Changping suspected that Sunli and Zhang Qin had rekindled their relationship and that Zhang Qin wanted to negotiate with him to show off. His attitude towards Sunli was even worse. This time, Changping came to settle the score with Zhang Qin because he had monitored Sunli's phone calls and found that Sunli and Zhang Qin had a long call history. Why not divorce? Fang Yan looked at Sunli and asked. Sunli was a pitiful woman, and Zhang Qin was a pitiful man. The entanglement of these two people's fate was really regrettable. I can't, Sunli said. The Chang family is rich and powerful. I've asked for a divorce several times, but they rejected me every time. Zhang Chen looked at Fang Yan and said, I've tried. But nothing worked. They also said that if I dared to ask for a divorce again, they would send me to a mental hospital for 3 years. When I came out, I would become a real mental patient. At that time, it would be even more impossible for me to divorce, Sun Li said with a pained expression. They've gone too far, Fang Yan said angrily. That's right. How hateful. Junior martial uncle, let's go beat him up. Fang Yingying was also filled with righteous indignation after listening to the story. Was there any justice left in this world? Why me? Fang Haohan asked with a puzzled expression. Because I still have to listen to the story, Fang Yingying said. Sun Li looked at Fang Yan and said with tears in her eyes, Mr. Fang, everything is my fault. If I didn't marry Changping, if it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for Changping, then this afternoon wouldn't have happened. Zhang Chen is a good man. Not being able to marry him is the biggest regret of my life. I've been like this for the rest of my life, but Zhang Chen is different. He no longer has anything to do with me. We haven't been in contact for many years. He found out from a former student that my life isn't going well, so he wanted to help me. He likes to learn martial arts, and he really wants you to be his disciple. If possible, I hope this incident won't affect your opinion of him. I believe he's a very good disciple. He's very talented, and he definitely won't let you down. Sun Li looked at Zhang Chen and said with determination, from now on, you don't have to care about my affairs anymore. Don't think about it, don't listen, pretend you don't know. We've stopped interacting for a long time, and we won't contact each other again. I know what your dream is, so try your best to achieve it. I wish you success. As she spoke, large teardrops rolled down her cheeks. Then, she bowed deeply to Fang Yan, turned around, and ran out the door. Zhang Chen glanced at Fang Yan, then quickly chased after her. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other, then Fang Yingying said, Zhang Chen is so pitiful. Yeah, Fang Haohan echoed. So pitiful. Fang Yan was silent, as if he didn't understand the meaning behind the two brothers' words. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen returned. Sun Li was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yan stood up and said, "Come take a walk with me in the yard." Zhang Chen nodded and followed Fang Yan out. "Do you still like her?" Fang Yan asked. Zhang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Fang Yan to ask him such a question. He nodded, and then shook his head. "You don't know either?" Fang Yan asked. "I don't know," Zhang Chen said. "In the beginning, I hated her. I thought it was because of her that my life was ruined. Then I tried to forget her. I didn't want to be in such pain anymore. I knew her life wasn't going well, and I was worried about her. I just don't know if I still like her." "You still like her," Fang Yan said with absolute certainty. Zhang Chen raised his head and looked at Fang Yan in confusion. He had asked himself this question countless times, but he couldn't get a definite answer. Why did Fang Yan come to this conclusion so easily? "Your fists are too heavy," Fang Yan said. "Not only is your fist heavy, your body is heavy, your thoughts are heavy, and your entire being is heavy. You're so heavy that you can't breathe, you're so heavy that you can't run, and you're so heavy that you can't use your fists. You have too much baggage, and you can't let go of her." "Master, do you know what Tai Chi is?" Fang Yan asked. Zhang Chen shook his head. An old man was practicing Tai Chi in the park with great strength. At this time, a young man came and said, "Grandpa, you're so good at martial arts, how did you practice?" The old man said, "I'll stand still and try hitting me with all your strength." So the young man punched the old man hard. "And then?" Zhang Chen asked excitedly. It was an inspirational story of an ignorant teenager who met a hidden master in the park, and then became a master of Tai Chi. He liked to listen to such a story of a loser's counterattack. This was also the ideal life he had always been looking forward to. The young man was blackmailed of 20,000 yuan, Fang Yan said. "Now do you know what Tai Chi is?" Fang Yan asked. Zhang Chen shook his head again and said, "I still don't know." This story tells us that if you want to learn Tai Chi, you must choose the right master. Only when the master is strong can the disciple learn real skills. The master only has posture but no momentum. Not only can the disciple not learn anything, but he may also be blackmailed of 20,000 yuan. "Master, what do you mean?" Zhang Chen thought hard, but he still didn't understand what Fang Yan was trying to say. Fang Yan looked at Zhang Chen helplessly and said, "Now, you can worship as a master." Chapter 210. The familiar street, the familiar shop, the familiar bun shop, the black-faced girl, the familiar milk tea girl. After so many days, he returned to the small courtyard of Jiang Qin's house. His heart was filled with emotions. When Fang Yan stood at the entrance of the courtyard and looked around, Sister Li had already come out of the house to welcome him. She said with a smile, "Mr. Fang is here. Come in and have a seat." "Sister Li, are you busy?" Fang Yan asked with a smile. "I'm just a housewife. What can I be busy with?" Sister Li stepped forward and pulled Fang Yan's hand. She said, "I know that Mr. Fang is busy, so I still invited Mr. Fang to come over." "Mr. Fang, you can't be angry with Sister Li." The housewife wasn't too scheming, but she was very familiar with welcoming guests. Sister Li's attitude towards Fang Yan was warm and polite. It was as if they got along well in the past and nothing had happened. "That's exactly what I wanted. I haven't eaten the dishes cooked by Sister Li for a long time," Fang Yan said with a smile. "If you come every day, I will cook for you every day," Sister Li said straightforwardly. Fang Yan smiled and didn't answer. He knew that if he really came every day, perhaps Sister Li would raise the mop to chase him away again. After Sisterly poured a cup of hot tea for Fong Yen, she sat down on the sofa opposite Fong Yen. Fong Yen, Sisterly asked you to come over. There's something I want to discuss with you. Sisterly looked at Fong Yen sincerely and said softly. Sisterly, if there's anything, just say it. Fong Yen said, if I can do it, I will help you. If I can't do it, I will also tell you the reasons why I can't do it. It's like this. When Jiang Qin came back these days, he kept telling me that he wanted to drop out of school and learn the Guzheng Yangqin. He also said that he wanted to enter the entertainment circle and become a big star in the future. Sisterly looked worried and embarrassed. She said, how can that be? Jiang Qin had one more year before the senior high school entrance examination, so he couldn't relax at this time. Otherwise, not to mention a famous high school like Rosefinch, I'm afraid I won't be able to get into any other high school. Holding the teacup, Fong Yen looked at Sisterly and asked patiently, Sisterly, have you talked to Jiang Qin? We talked about it. Why hadn't they talked about it before? His father and I went to talk to him twice, but this child was stubborn since he was young. Once he decided on something, it was hard to change his mind. Although we don't let go, we're afraid that she'll do something extreme. She said that there's a big star called Xia Tian. Was it that Xia Tian who agreed to accept her as his disciple? Yes. Fong Yen nodded. I know about this. I know about this Xia Tian. She's very famous. I've also watched her TV series. However, how could Jiang Qin know Xia Tian? That Xia Tian. Was it the Xia Tian who made the movie? The Xia Tian that Jiang Qin knew was the Xia Tian who made the movie. Fong Yen explained. Xia Tian is my friend. When Jiang Qin and her classmates called to invite me to sing, I took Xia Tian with me, and then we got to know each other. Xia Tian felt that Jiang Qin had a lot of potential, so she wanted to let Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin follow her to make music. In order to prevent Sisterly from misunderstanding his relationship with Jiang Qin, Fong Yen tried his best to explain the whole story clearly. Of course, it doesn't mean that after dropping out of school, the two of them can immediately become stars. I talked to Xia Tian. She just sent Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin to Yanjing first, and then Mao Xianping, a senior professor of Hua Xia Music Academy, gave them music lessons. In other words, they're just music apprentices now. Sister Li's expression became more worried and said, just apprentices. If you learn well, you can still be a star. Fong Yen said. He smiled bitterly in his heart. When Sister Li heard that her daughter was going to be a star, she was worried that her daughter would be cheated. However, when she heard that her daughter was just going to be a music apprentice, she felt sorry for her daughter. She hoped that her daughter would have a million good things, but she also hoped that her daughter would not encounter any danger or trouble. Is she reliable? That's Xia Tian. Her character should be reliable. Fong Yen said. With her status in the entertainment circle, if she wanted to accept disciples, there would be at least 80,000 people willing to be her disciple. Since she chose Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, it proves that Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin really have something that she values. Mr. Fong means. We should let Jiang Qin learn music with Xia Tian? Sister Li asked uncertainly. Fong Yen smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't mean anything. It's all up to you and Jiang Qin. Sister Li patted Fong Yan's knee and said with a smile, aren't you treating me like an outsider? Jiang Qin is your little niece. Now that she is facing an important decision in her life, as her uncle, aren't you going to help her? Mr. Fong, I'll listen to you on this matter. If you say it's okay, we'll do it. If you say no, then Jiang Qin doesn't need to think about anything else. Just focus on her studies and prepare for the exam. I can't decide her life. Fong Yen said with a smile. It seemed that because of the contact between Jiang Qin and Xia Tian, Sister Li was still vigilant against him. She wouldn't suspect that Jiang Qin was going to be a music producer because of his encouragement, would she? In all honesty, he had never expressed his position on this matter. When Jiang Dehai came back from the shop, he was very happy to see Fang Yan. He took out a bottle of good wine from his private collection and wanted to have a good drink with Fang Yan. Fang Yan also had a good impression of this silent butcher who always had a smile on his face. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha. The two of them drank half a kilo each, and the bottle of wine was soon finished. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Fang Yan got up and said goodbye. Jiang Qin ran downstairs and said, "Mr. Fang, I'll see you off." "No need." Fang Yan refused. "It's not like I don't know the way. Let Jiang Qin see you off," Sister Li said. Fang Yan no longer refused and walked out the door with Jiang Qin. Winter had arrived, and the weather was getting colder. Jiang Qin put on a casual coat and a plaid scarf around her neck. She walked in front with her hands in her pockets, and Fang Yan walked behind her unhurriedly. The two of them walked along the small river in the village toward the bus stop at the intersection. "My mother agreed for me to study music." Jiang Qin suddenly turned around and said to Fang Yan with a sweet smile. "Congratulations," Fang Yan said. Jiang Qin shook her head and said, "When my mother didn't agree, I was very anxious. Now that my mother has agreed, I'm a little scared. I don't know if this is the right thing to do. Can I really become a star? I think Yuan Lin is very mature and generous in this matter. Once she has decided on something, she will work hard to achieve it." Jiang Qin pouted unhappily and said, "You mean, Yuan Lin is better than me?" "It's not that she's better than you, you said it." Seeing Fang Yan's helpless expression, Jiang Qin burst out laughing and said, "Do you think I'm being unreasonable?" "Not at all," Fang Yan said very firmly. "That's good." Jiang Qin nodded with satisfaction. "Mr. Fang, if I really want to study music, I'll have to go to Yanjing. Yanjing is so far from Huaqing. When I come back, will you still be the current teacher Fang Yan?" "Of course, I'll still be the current teacher Fang Yan," Fang Yan said with a smile. "Could it be that I can become another teacher Fang Yan? A single teacher Fang Yan?" "A single teacher Fang Yan," Fang Yan said with a nod. Jiang Qin was overjoyed at once and said, "I'll remember what you said. When I come back from Yanjing, I want to see a single teacher Fang Yan. You have to do what you said, or else I won't be polite to you." Of course. Fang Yan nodded. Who dares to offend the butcher's daughter? Annoying, Jiang Qin said coquettishly. They arrived at the bus stop. Fang Yan signaled Jiang Qin to go back and rest. Jiang Qin stood still and said, "I'll wait for you to get on the bus." Just then, the number 19 bus arrived. Fang Yan waved his hand at Jiang Qin and said, "I'm on the bus. You can go back." When the bus had gone far away, Jiang Qin stomped his feet in anger and scolded, "Stinky driver, in the past, no matter how long I waited for the bus, it never came. I still wanted to talk to Teacher Fang, but you rushed over in a hurry. Do you know how much of a romantic thing you ruined?" The bus stopped at the Rosefinch High School stop. Fang Yan got off the bus and walked toward the school gate. Da, da, da. With every step Fang Yan took, there would be a da sound behind him. Fang Yan stopped, and the voice behind him disappeared at the same time. As Fang Yan walked again, the da sound rang in his ears again. Fang Yan suddenly turned around. A man with long hair, a big white robe, and wooden clogs was looking at him with a smile on his face. The moonlight was cold, and the man's thin face was frighteningly pale. Fang Yen stared at him with a burning gaze, and he also looked at Fang Yen with a gentle smile. Fang Yen understood that this was not an unintentional following or passing by chance. This man came for him. "Who are you?" Fang Yen asked. "Chiba Shinbu," the man said aloud. He was dressed in a completely Japanese style, but he spoke authentic Hua language. "Chiba Shinbu. Are you Chiba Hamu's father?" Fang Yen asked aloud. He understood that he had hurt the young one, and now the old one had come to seek revenge. These guys were really haunting him. "Chiba Shinbu. Chiba family's Chiba Shinbu." Chiba Shinbu said loudly. Fang Yen clenched his fists. "No matter whose father you are, no matter whose Chiba Shinbu you are, I'll beat you up first. It's very infuriating for you to dress up like this in the middle of the night to scare people, okay?" But soon, Fang Yan's fists loosened. His expression was horrified, and from the inside out, there was a strong chill all over his body. This man, he just stood there so casually, making it difficult for you to make a move. Impeccable. Chapter 211. Hitting the head wasn't right, hitting the chest wasn't right, and hitting the groin wasn't right either. Fang Yan had 10,000 ways to attack, but it seemed that every attack could be intercepted and counterattacked by the opponent. Your killer moves were actually feeding the opponent moves. Chiba Hiroshi, known as the Light of the North Star and the #1 swordsman in Japan, had actually reached the absolute wall realm in defense. The unknown was a cliff that was tens of thousands of feet in front of him, and if he wasn't careful, he would fall. Such a sense of crisis made him cautious. The most terrifying thing in a battle was not being afraid of death, and the most taboo was not moving forward out of fear. When you lost confidence in your fists and hoped for victory, then you would lose without a doubt. If you couldn't use your fists and feet, how could you talk about a great battle? Fang Yan was now facing this state of horror and fear. Yes, he was afraid. When experts fought, they often fought with their lives on the line. A superhuman 1 second ago could also become a dead man in the blink of an eye. Absolute wall experts were 1 in 10,000. This wasn't the first time he had encountered an impeccable realm expert, but that person had no reason to injure or kill him. Even Fang Yan himself couldn't think of any excuse for the person in front of him to show mercy. Whether it was to avenge his son's injury to his disciple, or to kill an expert like Hua Xia, it could add color to his reputation. Fang Yan had unfulfilled dreams, and his Tai Chi heart was growing. Most importantly, he was still a virgin, he didn't want to die. Fang Yan took a deep breath, looked at Chiba Hiroshi, and said, "Are you here to avenge Chiba Hamu?" "No." Chiba Hiroshi denied with a smile. "You defeated Chiba Hamu, but that was because he wasn't good enough with the sword. If he needed revenge, he would pick up his sword and start over again. At that time, it will be true revenge." "Then what are you here for?" "You hurt Chiba Hamu, I'm still here for revenge," Fang Yan said. "You hurt Qing Yin again, Qing Yin." Fang Yan's eyes were slightly puzzled, but they instantly cleared up. He stared coldly at Chiba Shinbutsu and said, "So, the guy who tried to sneak around in the dark after turning off the lights and tried to fish in troubled waters and got beaten half to death by me is the Qing Yin you mentioned? Did you send him to test me? Or are you thinking of letting your disciple kill me so that you, the master, won't have to show up? Unfortunately, I've disappointed you, right? Qing Yin is a ninja, he will choose the most suitable combat environment for himself." Chiba Shinobu didn't get angry and explained in a gentle voice. Chiba Hamu returned with heavy injuries, but he wasn't angry. His eldest disciple, Qing Yin, was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but he was not angry. Ever since he entered the soul estate, there were very few things that could make him angry. Fong Yan was thoroughly enraged. He stared at Chiba Shinobu and said, "Your son attacked me from behind after the battle, so I injured him. Qing Yin sneaked into a room full of students and attacked me, so I fought back. Now you came here to stop me, and you still say you didn't want to avenge them. Why do you have to find a dignified excuse for doing such a dirty thing? Don't tell me you came here just to learn martial arts from me. If that's the case, I'll respect you." Chiba Haomu looked at the angry Fong Yan and said, "You can't fool me. Even when you're angry, your heartbeat is still balanced, your defense is still steady, and your eyes are too calm, without a burning flame." Chiba Haomu stared at Fong Yan's eyes, but he knew all of Fong Yan's movements. "Why did you loosen your clenched fists? You can't do anything, so you want to provoke me?" Chiba Haomu asked with a smile. "Actually, the reason doesn't matter to me. I just think you should be a master. So, I came here. Now you're disappointed, aren't you?" Fong Yan said with a smile. "Look, standing in front of you, facing a master like you, I can't even throw a punch. Although I hate your enigmatic face, as if everything is under your control. There were a few times when I wanted to rush over and throw a few punches. At that time, I really wanted to see what kind of expression you would have." "I'm not disappointed," Chiba Haomu said. "You're very strong." "You misunderstand," Fong Yan said. "Very few people can maintain a calm heart in front of me. Chiba Haomu can't, and Qing Yin can only be considered half. You can laugh and scold with ease, which is already much stronger than Chiba Haomu and Qing Yin." The night was as cold as water, and the dim yellow streetlight stretched the shadows of the two infinitely long. Chiba Haomu stood under a streetlight, and the light and shadow made his body in white robe inlaid with a pale yellow halo. It was a slightly prickly feeling, and it made Fong Yan's eyes uncomfortable. It was a very hazy state. Fong Yan knew where Chiba Haomu was. He saw him there, and he heard him there, but he knew that he was definitely not there. He seemed to be still, but he gave people the feeling that he was swimming, like a ghost. This was the defense of the absolute wall, the defense of no gods. The reason why there were no gods was because they themselves were gods. They were false gods. "Not being afraid is a kind of strength in itself," Chiba Haomu said. "You're not as strong as I thought, but it's already very good." Before he finished speaking, Chiba Haomu's body strangely disappeared from where he stood. Then, he appeared in front of Fong Yan like lightning, reaching out to grab his throat. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. A distance of more than 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had mastered the Taoist's secret art of shrinking the ground into an inch, or as if he had drilled out of a strange wormhole. In just the blink of an eye, the distance of hundreds of millions of light years had disappeared. Bang! Fong Yan felt a burning pain in his dantian. It was as if someone had raised a rifle and shot him hard in the abdomen. The heat was very oppressive and dull. It was like there was no boiling molten steel, no burning pyre. He always felt that there was something missing. Suppress and accumulate. Suppress and accumulate again. Boom! The molten steel boiled, and the pyre burned. The heart of Taiji in Fong Yan's abdomen, which was extremely quiet, suddenly spun wildly. The realm of Taiji appeared. Wherever the realm was, it was my territory. He saw the outstretched palm. It was pale, thin, snow-white, and tender. It didn't look like a hand that was holding a sword. There was no sound of wind, and it didn't look fierce. It was light, as if it was about to touch a flower or pick a fruit, and it had to catch a handful of wind and put it in front of its nose to sniff carefully. The flower-pinching Buddha, the eyes of righteousness, the wonderful heart of nirvana, and the subtle method of reality. The body of the telephone pole became twisted and tilted, and the light of the street lamp became dark and gloomy. Everything around him had undergone a strange change. Whoosh! Fong Yan took a step back. It was just this step. Chiba's attack failed, and Fong Yan's realm of Taiji disappeared. It was silent again. When Fong Yan sensed the extremely dangerous process of life and death, Chiba Shinobu's figure returned to its original position. It was exactly the same position as before, as if he had never left. What is this? Chiba looked at Fong Yan with a puzzled face. At his level, a sword was a sword, a knife was a sword, a fan was a sword, and so were chopsticks. A leaf or a flower was a sword, and so were his fingers. Just now, when he clawed at Fong Yan's throat, it was actually the claw sword that stabbed at Fong Yan's throat. A sword came, the heavenly flying fairy. Even some of the kendo experts he had defeated in the East Ocean were flustered when faced with this move of his claw sword, and they retreated several meters away. However, the guy in front of him, who was much younger than them, just dodged one step. Just by dodging one step, he had managed to avoid the 32 consecutive attacks of his chi. Heart of Taiji, Fong Yan said. Heart of Taiji. Chiba chewed on this word seriously. There was a huge difference between Hua Xia and East Asia's martial arts. East Asia focused more on the extreme cultivation of fists and weapons, but Hua Xia was the birthplace of Taiji. He didn't understand the various realms and miracles of Taiji, but he understood everything. With his cultivation in sword path and chi path, he could easily understand what Fong Yan meant by those words. Using inner force to fight external force, and external force to build inner force. Then absorbing the power of nature. Is this the heart of Taiji? Fong Yan knew that these peerless masters weren't ordinary people, so he didn't hide it and said, indeed. It's rare and precious at such a young age. I don't understand the situation in Hua Xia, but if it was in East Asia, you would be the first person of your generation. Fong Yan smiled and said, I just dodged one of your moves, and you put me in this position. Are you praising me or yourself? Chiba didn't smile and looked at Fong Yan seriously. He said, coming 1,000 miles with a sword is a worthwhile trip. You are worthy of my sword. It's not worth it, Fong Yan advised. I can't beat you even with a hand sword. If you use a sharp sword, won't you cut me to death in 2 or 3 moves? Let's just have a casual spar. If you really break me, it won't be honorable even if you win, right? People will say that you are bullying the young and the strong. In a month, let's fight at the summit of One Sword Peak, Chiba said. A month? Are you challenging me? Fong Yan asked. He was a bit anxious and said, a month is too short, isn't it? I don't think I'm ready. How long will it take? Chiba asked. Fong Yan thought about it and said, 30 years. In 30 years, I will wait for you at the summit of One Sword Peak to fight to the death. Chiba waved his sleeve and floated away. Fong Yan looked at his free and easy back and muttered to himself, say something, do you agree or not? Chapter 212. Did he agree? Fong Yingying asked expectantly. I don't know. Fong Yan was lying on a rattan chair in the yard, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Trying to drown his sorrows with tea made him even more worried. He felt that he was really innocent. He was just a little better at martial arts. How did he provoke an old monster like the Thousand Leaves Army? What competition? It was just because he beat up his son and disciple, so he wanted to reciprocate and beat him up to avenge his son and disciple. However, his son and disciple really needed to be taught a lesson, okay? What was even more infuriating was that he could beat people up, But why did he have to go to the top of the towering one-sword peak to fight? Could it be that beating people up there was more of a sense of accomplishment? But I climbed up the mountain so hard just to be beaten up by you. What was the point? Wasn't that cheap? What do you mean by don't know? Fong Yingying asked in a dilemma. Junior Martial Uncle was so annoyed. Couldn't he speak more clearly? He didn't say yes or no. He just shook his sleeves and turned around, Fong Yen said with a sigh. 30 years later will be my golden age. At that time, I might be invincible in Hua Xia, and the heart of Tai Chi will be overflowing. Doesn't he want a strong opponent? Doesn't he want to improve in adversity? I can meet all his requirements. Besides, he will probably be in his 70s or 80s at that time, and his swordsmanship will be great. Why did he take advantage of me for 30 years? Why do you think he didn't agree? That's too much, Fong Haohan said. Why did he beat people up for no reason? Should we go just because he asked us to? We just won't go. We just won't give him face. Why don't we call the police? Fong Yingying said indignantly. Just say that someone tried to physically attack us. It would be even better if he left a threatening letter for Junior Martial Uncle. Let's see how they can deny it. At that time, we can directly send them back to Japan, so that they can never step into Huaxia. Paw. Paw. Fong Yen slapped Fong Yingying and Fong Haohan's heads and said angrily, You two are too disappointing. Do you still have the dignity of a martial artist? Do you still have the heart to strive for a higher level of martial arts? Who are we? He's the successor of the Fong clan's Taiji, an upright warrior of Huaxia. Now, a Japanese martial artist is challenging us. How can we run away? How can we be afraid of the police? This was a disgrace. It's not just our shame, but the shame of the entire Huaxia martial world. I, Fong Yen, would never do such a thing. Warriors are meant to fight. Non-stop fighting. Through the cruel, passionate, hot-blooded, and life-or-death battles, he would search for the true meaning of supreme martial arts and the meaning of a warrior's life. What is the saddest thing in the world? A hero is short of breath, and a beauty is past her prime. If you can't fight, you'd rather die. Fong Yingying interrupted Fong Yen and asked, Junior Martial Uncle, what do you mean? I'm going back to get reinforcements, Fong Yen said. This is outrageous. Does he think there's no one in the Fong clan? Fong Yingying and Fong Haohan looked at each other with an expression that said, I knew it would be like this. Four Seasons Garden Hotel. The hotel where Summer was filming and watching. The scenes of The Divine Furnace at Xiaxia Mountain had all ended, and Summer was about to end her trip to Huaqing and return to Beijing. At the same time, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin had also applied to take a break from school. They would be going to Beijing to study together with Summer. In the Chinese restaurant of the hotel. Lily private room. Fong Yen was the host, giving a farewell dinner for Summer. At the same time, it was also to bid farewell to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, the two girls who had a close relationship with Fong Yen. They would leave Huaqing, the city that gave birth to her, and go to Beijing, to a distant place, to study and fight for their ideals and future. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were not in a good mood. They only ate a few mouthfuls of rice before putting down their chopsticks. The rest of the time, they silently watched Fong Yen and Summer chat. Xia Xia glanced at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin and said with a smile, It seems like the two of you are very reluctant to leave Mr. Fong. My charm is not as great as Mr. Fong's, but none of you are willing to come with me. It was originally just a joke to liven up the atmosphere, but it unexpectedly made Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's expressions a little unnatural. Although they had only known Fong Yen for a short period of time, they were very dependent on him. Speaking of love, it was too far away. They were too young, and probably didn't even know what love was. However, they did like to be with Fang Yan. This was because Fang Yan was different from the boys they knew. Sister, we just can't bear to part with Mom and Dad. It's not that we can't bear to part with Mr. Fang. Jiang Qin retorted with a red face. Originally, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin wanted to call her teacher Xia, but Xia felt that it wasn't good for her to call her big sister, which made her look younger. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin also felt that it was better to address her this way. Their relationship was closer, unlike the title of teacher, which always separated them by a layer of dignity. That's right. Originally, my mom wanted to send me off, but she kept wiping her tears. I felt uncomfortable watching her, so I didn't let her send me off. Yuan Lin echoed. All right, I was just joking. Why did the two of you take it seriously? Xia Zhi said with a smile. Don't be so sad. Although the distance between Yanjing and Flower City is very far, it's only 2 hours by plane. If you want, you can fly back every day to see your parents. Of course, you can't affect your studies. Xia looked at Fang Yan and said, I've already greeted teacher Mao Xianping. He's a highly respected musician in the industry and also my first music teacher. I told him on the phone that I had sent him 2 good seedlings, and he was very happy. He's retired from school now, so he can spend more time teaching students. As for how much they can learn, that will depend on Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's own luck. Sister, don't worry. Since we have chosen this path, we will definitely work hard. Yuan Lin said with incomparable determination. Yes, we have already thought it through. We want to be the #1 ancient instrument player in Huaxia. Jiang Qin's goal for the future was even more dazzling and brilliant. Fang Yan raised his wine glass and said, I wish you success. Cheers. Cheers. The wine glasses in everyone's hands collided with each other. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the summer car was also waiting at the entrance of the hotel lobby. Fang Yan sent Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin downstairs. At the same time, Zhang Wei and a female assistant surnamed Shin accompanied them back to Beijing. He didn't see the actor, Feng Yuanqing, who had been sticking close to Xia Qin. It seemed that after the incident at Sky One, his relationship with Xia Qin had been affected. Xia shook hands with Fang Yan and said with a smile, the biggest gain from coming to Flower City this time is to get to know a friend like you. Thank you for your help, and I'm sorry for all the trouble I've brought you. Shouldn't that be left for me to say? Who doesn't want to be friends with a big star? Fang Yan said with a smile. Come, let's take a group photo. I'll post it on Weibo to show off. Xia Chen leaned his head on Fang Yan's shoulder and said, if you dare to post it, I don't mind. Fang Yan didn't take out his phone to take a photo in the end and said, forget it. I'll take a photo with you after I apply for Weibo. I knew you wouldn't dare. Xia Chen giggled. She took out a file bag from her bag and said, I've asked someone to investigate that ninja. Take a good look. Qing Yin, he's a very dangerous person. What's more dangerous is his master. 1,000 Leaves of the Army, the Light of the North, the #1 swordsman in Japan. It's said that countless masters have been defeated by his sword. Qing Yin and 1,000 Leaves of the Army are now in Huaxia. I don't know why they're here. Try not to clash with them head-on. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. What you remind me is exactly what I want to remind myself. Don't worry. I'll slip away when I see the situation isn't right. Fang Yan said. At most, I'll go back to Yanjing and join you. You're very welcome. Xia Chen said. Xia Chen waved his hand at Fang Yan and took the lead to get into the RV. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin walked over. The two girls looked at Fang Yan with resentment. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "If you really don't want to go, I'll talk to Xia Chen. Let's not go." Annoying. Yuan Lin burst out laughing and said, "I've already taken a break from school. How can I not go?" Exactly. Why didn't you say you wouldn't let us go to Yanjing? Jiang Qin complained. But I didn't say I had to let you go. You're putting all the blame on me now. It's really unfair. Fang Yan said helplessly. Humph, it's your fault. If you don't stop us, it means you want us to go. Jiang Qin said. Yes. You must have been impatient with us for a long time. That's why you deliberately brought Sister Xia to KTV to see us, and then let her take us away. Yuan Lin glanced at Fang Yan and said, "Mr. Fang, you must visit us in Yanjing when you have time." All right. Fang Yan nodded and said. Yuan Lin glanced at Jiang Qin and said, "I know you must think I'm an eyesore. Then I'll get in the car first." Jiang Qin was extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do to his best friend. "Little girl, study hard." Fang Yan looked at Jiang Qin and said, "Just like you said, become the #1 ancient instrument player in Huaxia. I will work hard." Jiang Qin nodded and said. Her eyes bravely looked at Fang Yan and said, "Mr. Fang, I lied just now." "What?" "Sister Xia asked us if we couldn't bear to leave you, and I said no. In fact, I really couldn't bear to leave you." Jiang Qin took off the plaid scarf around his neck and quickly wrapped it around Fang Yan's neck and said, "This is for you." The girl turned around and ran away like a frightened rabbit. She got into the RV without looking back. The RV slowly opened and soon disappeared from Fang Yan's sight. Fang Yan looked down at the wool scarf around his neck, with an ambiguous body temperature, and a fragrance like an orchid came to his nose. That was youth. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.